drag racing. It's Nitro Chaos at Smokin Mo-Kan, presented by Grand Prix Auto Sports Center. Kids 12 and under are free. Get the info at mokandragway.com and we'll see you at the Chaos.
You see those two cars? You see that stuff in that golf cart? Right behind that golf cart. No, still right over here. They're all in a straight line. Are you excited to see him race? Remember, I need you to cheer real loud so you can feel your love out there, okay? The love that you have for him on him in his racing.
He would give me a present.
He can give you a hug. But he loves having your little excitement for him.
Right, can he jump over there?
Mom wants to. Look at all that shade right there. Look at all that shade. Nobody's using it. I'm ready to jump it. I know we need that shade and you can back over there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mo-Kan Dragway. We are here for round one eliminations. We'll have opening ceremonies coming your way here in just a few moments. As you can see, the Kubota of Joplin tractor out there making the finishing touches to our track preparations. We've got our A-Field Nitro Chaos teams paired up, and they will be strapping in and being ready to go down the racetrack coming up here momentarily. We want to welcome our live stream audience as they are tuning in from points all across the globe, and this live stream broadcast by our good friends at Comp Cams, Stamps, Family Farms, Laris Motorsports Insurance, and Driven Racing Oils. They are making sure that all of our fans out there in Chaos Land get a chance to see Nitro Chaos at Mo-Kan Dragway with our 2025 season just about to be 80% under completion. So we are at the 63rd anniversary event at Mo-Kan Dragway. We've got a house full of Sportsman cars. We have qualified 16, two separate 8-car fields in our Nitro Chaos categories. And boy, it has been a great weekend with a couple of rounds of qualifying last night. Tricky track conditions on the first time down the racetrack, and some found the combination the second time down the racetrack, and others had a little bit of trouble. But in that third and final qualification round earlier in the day, we really shook things up, and now we've got our pairings, and they will be coming your way here in just a few moments once we get the all clear from the race crew and the opening ceremonies have come to a conclusion. Again, happy to have you joining us here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Always the place to be. You can ask any racer on the property where they love to come to a race, and they'll tell you unequivocally it's Mo-Kan Dragway. The 63rd year that it's been happening here at Mo-Kan Dragway, and we are happy to announce that this is one of the places that we have been the most. In fact, the second Chaos race ever was here at Mo-Kan Dragway.
I got like the smallest. It's hot.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will turn your attention to the starting line, we'll have our opening ceremonies. And I'll turn it over to Joey Keith down on the starting line.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to Smokin Dragway. So having a good time? Woo! We are so thankful that you're here with us. It's been 63 years. Going down this racetrack, putting on a great show for our families and friends over the years. We're real quick showing hands. How many of you came here as a child with your grandpa and dad many years ago? You carrying on that same legacy of bringing your families here with you as well? Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you for being here. Before we get started, I always want to pause for our hearts to look at that flag. Look at the red, the white, the blue, the stars. Think about the impact of that flag, the freedom that we have to be here in this place here today. What a blessing that is. So let's pray for us. Pray for our evening, pray for the safety of our riders, and all you here at this racetrack, pray for our country, and then let us sing our national anthem. So if you will, please rise. And we're going to head here. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. What a gift, what a blessing each and every day that we have, that you've given us. Thank you for allowing us to come to Smokin Dragway. What a special place for all of us. And Lord, today we ask your blessing as we compete tonight. All of our drivers, crews, race fans, all our families and friends. Would you protect them? Would you protect them on the track, in the prison as we head home? Lord, we're thankful for our freedom that we have. For the red, white, and blue, the flag that waves for us. We're thankful for all those who have served and currently serve our country. We're thankful for all of our first responders, Lord Jesus. Would you bless them and keep them safe as well? And Lord, we want to thank you for what you've done for us on the cross. You took our sin and shame and died for it. And God, we're thankful for that. And tonight as we go racing, we ask your blessing. A good night and a safe night. In Jesus' name, amen. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as in twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare their marks bursting in the air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
It is showtime at Mo-Kan Dragway, and we are ready for the first pair in Nitro Chaos. Dean Dubbin and DMP Awning and McKinney of McKinney Motorsports bringing you the fourth race of the 2025 DMP Awnings Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. It's going to be 2023 champion Gary Wheeler on the tower side. And it's going to be Donnie Massey from Denton, Texas on the spectator side. Number 3 qualifier versus number 7 qualifier. Donnie Massey, 2002 champion, Lone Star Forklift Outlaw Fuel Altered Association Racing. He's a champion racer in his own right. Races with us in Nitro Chaos on occasion, and so far this year, he's got a runner-up finish in the A field at the Texas Motorplex at the Funny Car Chaos Classic. Gary Wheeler, the first ever champion in Nitro Chaos competition. His wife, Roxanne, does the backup girl duties, and she's stepped away from the car. They had a couple of rough runs last night on Friday night in those 2 rounds of qualifying, but today they found their groove and they went right down the groove to a 383. That put them number 3 in qualifying, and so they are feeling pretty good about their chances coming into round 1 eliminations. They got a win in the A field at Eddyville Raceway Park at Chaos in the cornfield earlier in the season, actually marking their first time in the winner's circle at a Nitro Chaos event. So hoping to be the first one in 2025 to make it 2 wins. Let's see how it goes. We got green lights on both sides, and the Grand Prix Autosports dragster goes right down the middle to a 383 at 196.85 miles an hour. So they are starting their Nitro Chaos day at Mo-Kan Dragway in a great way. Shot off the starting line like a rocket. 0.81 reaction time, 1 flat to 60, and a 2.62 second half track time, 3.83 seconds elapsed time at 196.85 miles an hour. So Gary Wheeler adds a win to their tally. So that'll add 10 points and make them 148 points so far. We're kind of keeping up with the points as there is a big shakeup that could take place this weekend. Of course, the race fans here at Mo-Kan Dragway always showing love to the competitors as they go down to pick up their drivers. Donnie Massey had some trouble with the Showtime AA fuel altered as that car left the starting line and kind of went quiet very quickly. So not sure what went wrong with that car, but he did not make it to the finish line. So sitting next to the wall, making a veteran move there, getting out of the groove in case there was any fluid coming off the car that it would not be in the groove. And so they have got it stopped there. The crew will hook it up with the tow strap and take it off the top end of the racetrack, and we will be back to racing here in just a few moments. Gary Wheeler gets the first win. They replicate the 383 from qualifying as it looked just exactly like the run that they made earlier in the day. It was pretty as you please, 3.83 seconds, and they advance into the semifinal rounds.
He's up next. He's got to wait for them to get off the track. Look down there. Oh, wait.
The official fuel supplier of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour is Dove Fuels LLC. Pete Dove is the official Nitro supplier and also the sponsor of the 340 Club, wherein those who run a 3.4 second elapsed time or quicker can add their name to a roster of 8. Once we get 8 340 Club members, then the winner will get a chance for a free drum of Nitro plus the trophy and the distinction of being one of the 340 Club members of Nitro Chaos. Thanks to Pete Dove and his team at Dove Fuels LLC, your official Nitro supplier of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. So they've got the Showtime car hooked up and taking it off the top end of the racetrack. Should be getting the all clear from the top end of the racetrack here very shortly. And our next pair is coming up to the ready stripe. It's going to be Anthony Whitfield, the Mighty Mouse 2 out of Elk City, Kansas. That one of those cars that a lot of people love. Small block Chevy power with supercharged fuel injection, burning nitro. Racing Aaron Morrow in Terry Darby's Nitro Relapse fuel altered. A Texas car from the Metroplex. Morrow qualified with a 385. Anthony Whitfield had a rough run down the racetrack his first time out. Put up a number he would rather I didn't tell you, so I won't. But on the second round of qualifying last night, they put up a 429. They had those header flames reaching way over that wing, and you can see how high that wing is. It was way high. It was a flaming Mighty Mouse 2. And Anthony Whitfield was happy with that run. And so not sure if it looks like the driver's out of the car, Aaron Morrow, as he has lost fire. And so they know that if they can't get the car behind the Christmas tree, that they will have to shut off the Mighty Mouse car. So they are pushing and they are huffing and a puffing as well. But it looks like they're going to be successful as they were unable to get the car to back up after the burnout. So Aaron Morrow, being the sportsman that he is, jumps out of the car and begins to push the car backwards so that Anthony Whitfield doesn't have to shut the car off. But it will be a competition by run for the Mighty Mouse. And Whitfield down the racetrack to a 4:07, his best run of the weekend, 183.75 miles an hour, 104 to 60 feet, and 274 to half track, and a wind light on the tower side of the racetrack in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And Anthony Whitfield is going to your semi-final round. .407, 183.75 miles an hour, good for the win. And that's going to be the bottom half of the A field. Gary Wheeler got the win up in the top half with a 383 at 196. How about it, race fans? That small block Chevy with the nitro in the tank puts up another good run, their best run of the weekend, as they go down to pick up their driver, and the nitro relapse car and crew take it back to the pits. The next pair comes to the starting line, and it looks like it's going to be the marquee matchup of round number one. This is number one versus number two in points. It is the number two qualifier versus the number six qualifier. Mad Maxine on the way down the racetrack, getting her position, getting ready to jump over the wall. And the Mad Max Mustang funny car from Valparaiso, Indiana, is going to be taking that right side lane. A couple of rough runs last night left them really having to hope that they got into the end of the show. They knew they had the middle of the B field locked up. However, they knew that they also wanted to be playing up in the A field, and they did get that done with the 4:02 elapsed time. That put them number 6, and that puts them opposite John Umlauf, as these are the top two in points right here, right now at Nitro Chaos. So there are 5 points that separate them right now. The difference between winning the round and not winning the round is 5 points. So this could be a monumental win for whichever driver comes away with the win. John Umlauf from Rolla, Missouri, right here in the Show Me State, has got a Fiat Topolino body on that Mass Chaos machine. 500 cubic inches of Alan Johnson Performance Engineering Nitro Hemi, supported by Trick Tools Bowman Wrecker Service. They qualified number 2 with a beautiful 376 last night. They got lane choice. They take the O'Reilly lane. Dave Hill, Valparaiso, Indiana, 1965 Ford Mustang Nitro funny car. Also the 500 cubic inch Alan Johnson Performance Engineering Nitro Hemi. Support from Belmont's Garage, JB Construction, Bob's Chop Shop, and Grove Rats Racing. Dave Hill comes in qualified number 6 with a 4:02. Gave up lane choice. Let's see if they've got something for this team out of Rolla, Missouri. Now we know that Mad Max funny car is a track record holder at Edgewater Sports Park. They've got all the horsepower they need. The challenge this weekend has been getting the power to the ground. CP Carrillo, the official rod and piston of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. That's what they use in the Mad Max team, just like most of our teams who want the best do. Into the pre-stage, both drivers. 4 bulbs lit, flash of amber, and we are cooking down the racetrack. Dave Hill trying to keep it off of the wall, and he has his hands full. And at the finish line, it looks like a 375 beats a 399. John Umlauf, 202.89 miles per hour. They went 205 last night. They went quicker today than they went last night, 3.75 seconds after a 9.5460 foot time. And Dave Hill and the Mad Max Mustang, they were out and they were cooking down the racetrack. A one flat 60-foot time, 2.62 seconds to the half-track point. And once again, Dave has his hands full up in the shutdown area as the car was wanting to get sideways. And Dave knew he couldn't lift because he could probably see that car was just a little ahead of him. The margin of victory at the stripe was just about 0.2 of a second. Dave had a starting line advantage that put him way out front, and he couldn't hang on as the Mass Chaos AA Fuel Altered gets it done and advances to the semifinal round. But, man, you can tell everybody loves that Mad Max team, and lots of folks are feeling bad that somebody had to lose that round, and this time it just happened to be the Mad Max Mustang. A lot of folks extremely happy that they made the tow down here, and they've come here to see the Mad Max team run. And it just wasn't to be today, but they did finally get into the 3-second zone. So John Umlauf is going to be in the semifinal. His opponent will be Anthony Whitfield. Umlauf will have the lane choice. So I alluded to this a few minutes ago. Dave Hill started this round 5 points ahead in points. Number two, the guy that was in the other lane. Since Umlauf won that round, he now has 155 points. And since Hill did not win that round, he also has 155 points. So they are tied at the top right at the moment. The thing is, the Mad Max crew can accrue no more points, and even if Umlauf loses the next round, he will get 5. So we know that the Mad Max crew will not leave Mo-Kan as the points leaders. That's already been determined. What remains to be seen is who wins this event and what the final point totals will be. So Gary Wheeler Jr. has already advanced into the semifinal in the top half of the McKinney Motorsports A field. Now, who his opponent is going to be will be determined by this match. This is Jake Sanders on the tower side and Cody Austin on the pit side. Jake Sanders has got the Menace AA Fuel Dragster out of Tennessee. They've got 2 wins in Nitro Chaos competition in 2025 as they won. They got 1 win at the Motorplex in the Classic and a runner-up at Edgewater Sports Park. But they missed Chaos in the Cornfield. Now, the scenario exists that depending on how this round goes, it could be another tight points race just between different people. Low ET, top speed of the event so far, belongs to Jake Sanders in that Menace AA Fuel Dragster on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Cody Austin, that car has been under 4 seconds. And don't be surprised when you see what just happened. Cody Austin goes 376 at 203.25 miles an hour to take the win. Cody Austin's bushwhacker. That car lives up to its name as they just bushwhacked the Menace. 376 beats a 4 flat. You could see Jake Sanders had his hands full as the car was getting close to that center stripe, but the wind light comes on in the redemption lane for Cody Austin. What a first round. So Cody Austin gets the win in the Bushwhacker machine. Final race of the first round in the A field, and Cody Austin had a huge hole shot on the redemption side of the racetrack, and that Bushwhacker AA fuel altered a 253 to the half track point, 203 miles an hour at the finish line in 3.76 seconds. That's going to give him lane choice against Gary Wheeler in the semifinal round. So your semifinal matchups, man, I tell you what, did anybody that saw that coming? Some of you say, yeah, you did. And, of course, one of the things about it is we don't race on paper, even though that looked like Jake Sanders had the advantage. The Bushwhacker crew, they don't ever see it that way. And so they definitely came prepared, and they got the win with a 376 and lane choice in the semifinal round against Gary Wheeler. All right, so kind of breathless after that first round in the A field, and now comes time for the CP Carrillo B field, as we got our first pair is going to feature the defending champion from 2024, Nitro Chaos at Mo-Kan Dragway. Mark Hunter in the jailbreak machine is going to be on the tower side in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Mark qualified with a 452. His opponent is going to be Brian Coleman in the Street Fuel Coupe. Coleman, they have been looking for that 4-second run ever since Ennis. They came to Ennis and they made some runs, had some problems with the transmission. They spent the rest of the time there working on the transmission and made a time-only run after eliminations had begun. And they put a 470 on the board down there, so we knew that this street-legal Street Fuel Coupe would run in the fours. Brian Coleman had been talking about it, and he and Jerry Newman delivered on the promise. All right, so reading the screen and couldn't see the cars, so I'll tell you who this really is now. It is going to be Dave Gallegos on the tower side of the Nitro Clown. And it's going to be Jeff Krug in the Nitro Chevy. So once again, a pair of AA fuel altereds. We've got the Nitro Clown team out of Manhattan, Kansas. They qualified number 2 at a 448. Jeff Krug qualified number 6 at a 454 in the Nitro Chevy. So it looks like a competition buy run for the Nitro Clown. Dave Gallegos on a solo shot down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. A tough break right there, but they do for the Obsession team. Well, I tell you what, everybody knows Jeff Krug, and they know he is a great guy, and he loves his drag racing. He has definitely got an obsession with drag racing. But what they may not know is that he has been married to Linda for 40 years, and there's nothing he loves more than Linda. And he wanted to honor her here this weekend. So, Linda, the good word from your husband is, man, congratulations and thank you for 40 years together.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
What can 360 Steel do for you? We make custom steel products made right here in Illinois. Fire pits of all kinds, knockdown styles to take along anywhere. Hold your drinks high with our drink stands while pouring horseshoes or bags. We have a complete line of military to firefighter signs, flags, hats, stickers, and more, along with many styles of decor. Welcome signs and custom clocks to a number of different monograms and signs. Personalized, custom options for your perfect sign. Bare steel or powder coated to last indoors and outdoors. 360steel.com. Spell it out. 360steel.com.
Race fans, get ready. The inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos rocks historic Tucson Dragway Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th. Round-pounding fuel altered from across the country go into 200-mile-per-hour combat with historic names like the Mob, Rat Poison, Bradford's Fiat, and Sheepherder. Take on new school hitters like Cone Hunter, Witch Doctor, Blown Scentless, and many more. See Lunacious Backup Girl, Header Flame, and Run What You Brung. Drag racing like Tucson hasn't seen in decades.
Kids 12 and under are free. Visit TucsonDragway.com for more information.
November 14th and 15th. Be there!
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils, such as the ones from Brantford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuels. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
$65. The Street Fuel Coupe from Caledonia, Wisconsin. Wisconsin, where we're going to be having the World Finals, the Championship Finals for our Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. And we'll be putting on the show in front of all our friends up there, our old friends and our new friends like Jet Car George. Coleman, 498 cubic inches of nitro Hemi. R&J Performance, Jerry Newman. Got that street legal machine singing a song. Mark Hunter, the jailbreak car, hoping to defend his championship from last year. As they go down the racetrack and the wind light comes on the tower side, using up a lot of room on that left side of the racetrack. As we have got a 477 and a 469, a whole shot for Brian Coleman in the Street Fuel Coupe. So Brian Coleman, 111 to 60 foot. I don't have a 60-foot time on Hunter's jailbreak car. It was a 306 and 298 to the half-track point, so the jailbreak machine was gaining. But it wasn't enough. 0-1-1 margin at the finish line, and Brian Coleman turns on the win light. Race team's going to pick up their drivers. Now, one of the things about Coleman is he's got the opportunity with that street legal machine. He can actually switch it over to gasoline and drive it back to the pit, not have to have the crew come get him. Not sure that they do that, but he's certainly got that capability. It's one of the most unique cars in the world of drag racing, a street legal, street fuel coupe. He could literally drive it from his garage to the drag strip, switch it over to nitro and race. Drive it up to the water box on gasoline, switch it over to nitro, run the run. And in the shutdown area, he can pull off the racetrack, switch it back over to gasoline, and drive it back to the pits. As it's got a cooling system and all, it is entirely street legal. He just got a win light and advanced to the semifinal to take on the winner between James Gilliland and Keith Jackson. That is our next pair. They are getting ready to fire up. You can look at the scoreboard and see that the index in the B field, 1,500s quicker than the low qualifier. The low qualifier was James Gilliland. He's the guy in the Psycho 2 AA fuel altered from Juan, Oklahoma that you see on the redemption side of the racetrack. So it's going to be a Coloradan transplanted to Texas on the tower side. Keith Jackson in the high heaven. Racing the Oklahoman with his family out of Kansas. Gilliland, number one qualifier. His wife, Psycho Susie, doing the backup girl duties. And Keith Jackson's cousin, the sweetheart of the Nitro show, that is Amber Jackson, backing Keith up. Get the signals from her fiance, Jim Eberly, behind the car. And the high heaven crew trying to get that Dodge Charger funny car down the racetrack. Quick, fast, straight. See if they can get a win light. They qualified at a 4:54. Gilliland qualified at a 4:43. We know that these cars will both go quicker than they qualified. They just didn't hook up last night and get it down the racetrack under power like they wanted to. Now, they're on the horns of dilemma here because they want to get it to hook up and go down the racetrack in a big hurry. They just don't want to go quicker than 4.28 seconds because of the index. Into the pre-stage. Both cars, funny car, out of Texas. The fuel altered out of Oklahoma. We are ready to run. Cooking and booking down that right side was a 392, and that's what we talked about. They wanted to hook up, but they didn't want to go quicker than 428, but that's what happened. The Psycho 2 car goes too quick, and the win light's on the tower side, 432. The high heaven Dodge with the win light, 142 miles an hour. 997 60 foot on the right side, 107 60 foot on the left side. As the Psycho 2 car, James Gilliland just couldn't get his foot out of the throttle and goes too quick. That sandbag insurance worked to Keith Jackson's advantage, and they will advance and take on Brian Coleman in the top half of the B field semifinal. Want to say thanks to our good friends at Driven Racing Oils, the official racing oil of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. Also helping to bring the live stream to all you folks out in Chaos Land. Man, I tell you, good-looking pair going down the racetrack. They got it done. One just a little too good. Comp Cams, Memphis, Olive Branch, Mississippi, bringing you the live stream as well. If you are looking for high-performance products, one of their companies is definitely going to be able to help you. Check them out on the website, www.compcams.com. One pair left And it is going to be Paul Schultz in the Nitro Monkey and Larry Grenko in the Motorsports Maximus. Racers, you know that your car spends a whole lot more time in the trailer and on the road than it does on the racetrack. And you've got quite the investment in your racing operation. Since that's the case, and a lot more things can happen to your race car when it's not on the track than when it is, probably a good idea to contact Laris Motorsports Insurance like Rick Taylor did. They are set up to help you secure your assets in the event that something happens that you would definitely want to not have to quit racing because of something catastrophic happening on the road or a theft or something like that. Laris Motorsports Insurance will be happy to help you out. You can call them at 985-746-4663. Or if you're here at the racetrack, you can look around and there are Laris Motorsports Insurance banners that are put up. They've got a QR code and you can shoot your smart device at that and get yourself a quote with no obligation. Laris Motorsports Insurance, also part of the team bringing the live stream to all of you out there in Chaos Nation. Paul Schultz is driving the Nitro Monkey A-Fuel Dragster from Choctaw, Oklahoma. They have got a 377 small block Chevy with fuel injection. They run just about 100% nitromethane in that baby. They wound up being the first alternate, and Chuck Lofton kicked the rods out of their funny car and had to retire from competition. So Schultz gets in as the alternate and will take on Larry Grenko in the Motorsports Maximus. Grenko out of Muscatine, Iowa, 1963 Plymouth Belvedere with that Max Wedge Mopar engine. Takes that right side lane. So the injected small block Chevy Nitro Monkey car with Paul Schultz aboard. Paul used to have his own AA fuel dragster, the Spirit of Tulsa. Perhaps you remember that car from years past. He and Rick Taylor got together, and they are going nitro racing still, but doing it with the small block Chevy. They had a problem with the qualification run last night as they broke the clutch pedal. Had to get everything sorted out. Well, we got green lights and two cars on the way down the racetrack. Paul Schultz has got his hands full, and they get the win light. Nitro Monkey 528, 140 miles an hour. Motorsports Maximus 559 at 124.5 miles an hour. There's that run Rick Taylor's been looking for. 528, 140 beats a 559 at 124.5 miles an hour. And that's the final pair in our first round of Nitro Chaos competition. Hey, let me get junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Junior dragsters, let's bring you up to staging lanes 2 and 3, please. Junior dragsters, lanes 2 and 3 for your next round. Well, race fans, your second round in B Field Nitro Chaos. Keith Jackson racing Brian Coleman and Dave Gallegos racing Paul Schultz. How about it, race fans? A little love for these teams that have just gone down the racetrack. Motorsports Maximus and the Nitro Monkey. Well, race fans, you get the opportunity to take a stroll down Nitro Alley. And for those of you watching on the live stream, we're going to take you to the pits as well. So we may be watching the racetrack some, and we may be watching the pits some, but we invite you to stick with us, and we'll give you reports on what's going on. But we will continue to live stream here from Mo-Kan Dragway. And we once again very happy to have you joining us for the 63rd anniversary celebration presented by Grand Prix Autosports of Tulsa, Oklahoma. We invite you to stick with us, and we'll give you reports on what's going on. But we will continue to live stream here from Mo-Kan Dragway. We once again very happy to have you joining us for the 63rd anniversary celebration presented by Grand Prix Motorsports of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Stick with us, and we'll give you reports on what's going on. But we will continue to live stream here from Mo-Kan Dragway. We once again very happy to have you joining us for the 63rd anniversary celebration presented by Grand Prix Motorsports of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Stick with us, and we'll give you reports on what's going on. But we will continue to live stream here from Mo-Kan Dragway. We once again very happy to have you joining us for the 63rd anniversary celebration presented by Grand Prix Motorsports of Tulsa.
Well, as David said, we've called Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters, we need you to the lanes. I understand a ride-along car will be coming up here in just a minute. Again, if you race fans want the opportunity for a ride of a lifetime, head on over there to the Mitchell Motorsports setup. They're right there kind of behind the tower. You'll see our funny car simulator there, as well as Mitchell Motorsports with the two ride-along dragsters right across the drive there. You've got the official Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos apparel store set up, as well as Jeanette from Car Chicks. All those folks have been a long-time part of the Chaos family, both Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos, and wonderful to have them here once again this weekend here at Mo-Kan as we celebrate the 63rd anniversary of this facility. Backing up now from the burnout over there on the right-hand side, that is the Loud American. The two cars, the Loud American and the Proud American. The Loud one really is louder because it's a blown big block machine carrying one passenger to about a 4.5-second ride here at close to 160 miles an hour. It is a blast. No question about it. You want to do it? Go there and sign up. They'll get you fixed up with everything you need, from helmets to fire suits, all the safety gear that you need, and some instruction as to what's about to happen. How about a 451 at 158 miles an hour from the grandstands to the back seat of a 158-mile-an-hour dragster? You too can do that if you want to. Go over and see them at Mitchell Motorsports. Well, for you folks watching on the live stream, first of all, happy to have you on board. We couldn't do it without the good folks that helped sponsor the event, the live stream component of the event. So we're going to take you to a few commercials here to help us offset some of our costs, and then we're going to go into the pit area and watch some live turnaround happening over there. But we'll be back with you in just a moment.
There are innovators, and there are duplicators. Your engine knows the difference. Comp Cam's camshafts are always original designs. From precision engineering to premier manufacturing and unrivaled testing again and again by the most advanced engineering team and equipment in the industry. Buy the original, not an imitation. Copies might look the part, but horsepower doesn't lie. Comp Cams, no comparison.
It's the 60th annual Ozark Crane Labor Day Weekend Classic featuring Funny Car Chaos, presented by Fleet Fuels. Friday night and Saturday, August 29th and 30th. See dozens of ground-pounding flip-top floppers from across the country, plus those gear-slamming Dirty South gassers and more. Every ticket is a pit pass, and kids 12 and under get in free.
Visit MoKanDragway.com for more information.
2 days of high-octane family fun at Smokin Mo-Kan. We'll see you at the Drags. Race fans, get ready. The inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos rocks historic Tucson Dragway Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th. Ground-pounding fuel altered from across the country go into 200-mile-per-hour combat with historic names like the Mob, Rat Poison, Bradford's Fiat, and Sheepherder. Take on new school hitters like Cone Hunter, Witch Doctor, Blown Scentless, and many more. See Eliminations backup girl, Heather Flame, and Run What You Brung drag racing like Tucson hasn't seen in decades.
Kids 12 and under are free. Visit TucsonDragway.com for more information.
November 14th and 15th. Be there!
Junior dragsters getting suited up and buckled in and ready to go here. And Mo-Kan Dragway would like to thank some local folks here who have come on board as round sponsors. So round number 2 of competition here in all of our classes is presented by Roto-Rooter. If you own property in Crawford, Bourbon, Cherokee, or Barton counties, Roto-Rooter of Southeast Kansas is your local sewer and drain expert. Owned and operated by Braden and Heather Peak, Roto-Rooter of Southeast Kansas specializes in sewer and drain cleaning and jetting, septic and grease trap service, video inspection, and repair work. If you want fast and reliable sewer and drain service, give Roto-Rooter of Southeast Kansas a call. Roto-Rooter of Southeast Kansas, proud supporter of Mo-Kan Dragway.
Founded in 1968, Grand Prix Auto Sports Center has been serving the greater Tulsa area and nationwide for over 56 years. Over 3.5 million part numbers available to you in stock from all the leading high-performance manufacturers. We've got parts, we've got nitrous and fuel, we've got what you need to go fast in many forms of motorsports. Swing by the shop, give us a call, or browse our catalog online at GrandPrixAuto.com.
Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the Chaos.
I don't think we're going to get by the camera.
Loebner, one of the hitters from this part of the country out of Gardner, Kansas. He'd like to go 476. Carson would like to go 459. Loebner was okay with an 021 light, but Grant Carson was stellar with a 002 light. Stellar goes 459.9, 002, 11 thousandths total. J.R. Loebner was 21 up front and couldn't get there no matter what happened. 477 at 138. Aaron Rutledge's Nova door car left side and Mark Dunt's Camaro door car right side. 570 and 650 the dial-ins. The Nova hangs him high as he leaves the starting line. Another 002 light. That one for Mark Duntz, but Aaron Rutledge puts it together at the top end. 572 for the win. 2 over at 114 gets it done as Mark Duntz missed it with a shoe polish. 658 on the 650 at 103. Tosses away a 002 bulb. James Lee, Chris Crowley. Lee out of Seneca, Missouri. The Mr. Cool Lee Motorsports machine. 479 on the left. Right side, Chris Crowley, Elkins, Arkansas, the Mustang, 644. Seen the Lee family out chasing big money bracket racing throughout the 2025 season. Good to see them right here. He'll be on the chase trying to catch that Mustang. Doesn't have to chase very hard. The red light start for the Mustang. Automatic win left for Lee. Lee goes 476 and 144. Gets a free clean look at it there as he breaks out by 3. Lee 476 at 144 miles an hour. Red light start for Crowley 641 at 104. They both went 3 under what they predicted. But the red light for Crowley, and that's it. Adam Yockey. The Tri-5 Chevy over here on the left. Girard, Kansas, BCD Motorsports, Sportsman's Barbershop, Speedy's Auto, Horton's Retail Liquor. We'll be on the chase, trying to catch that S10 of Bruce Everhart. Finish line says 658 at 104 for Everhart. Taking the win, had the better line, had just enough of a better line to knock out Adam Jockey's dead on 530 with a 4. Margin of victory, .002 at the top end. Matt Lee with that swoopy Chevy S10. The rounded corner machine over here with that Pro Mod style, Top Sportsman style swoop to it. Steve Perret. The 455 Buick Regal right side. Matt Lee's going to get the job done. 577 at 109. For Perret. Got out front, broke out by 4. 641 on the 645 on the breakout right side. Had a little bit of trouble up front. About 300s behind at the starting line. John Wilson and Daniel Curl coming up now. Wilson calls himself the Hitman over here on the left. That yellow flame dragster out of St. Joseph, Missouri, the Chester dragster. For Moon's Auto. Tuned by Dewey, it says. Daniel Curl right side. 556 left, 599 right. The old white Dodge Challenger will get the lead first, as he does. Dragster closing in. Door car hangs on for the win. How about a 6 flat? 6 flat on the 599 gets the job done for Daniel Curl. He was behind up front. John Wilson with the better light, but goes 3 off the number. 559 at 122. And in a game of fractions of a second, The margin of victory, 8 thousandths of a second at the top end, or less than a bumper length at the finish line. Scott Congrove, Nick Curl coming up next. Another clean Mopar on the right-hand side, that Duster, trying to go 607 alongside the camback wagon of Scott Cosgrove. 599 over here on the left. This time around, advantage to the Vega wagon and Winlight to the Vega wagon. 13 on the tree, 601 at the top end at 111 to get the job done. 2 over, but a little bit plus. Nick Curl was 1 over, 608 at 110. But a 13 to a 30 gave Scott Congrove 17 thousandths to work with. They took advantage for the win. And again, another tight race. 1 thousandth of a second to margin of victory at 111 miles an hour. Brandon Brace and Chris D'Amico will pull up next. 2 good-looking hot rods right here. I would take either one of them, put them in my garage. Bantam Altered on the left out of Bellevue, Missouri. Bellevue, Kansas. And the Little Vega wagging the tail over there on the right. D'Amico was on the chase. The car did a little wiggle waggle out there, and then it goes 2 foul, 2 quicks, 574 with an 8 on the 575. Brandon Brace was 2 on the safe side, 549 on the 547 at 125 miles an hour. So Brandon's little Bantam Altered will advance. Let's see if Paul's will. Paul also out of Bellevue, Kansas. Also in a Bantam Altered. Also big block Chevy equipped. And he will advance via the red light start of Gary Watts. The Oklahoman on the right-hand side trips the red light by 019. And Gary is done. Paul Brace for the win, 514 with a 6. How about dead 6, 007? Brace is tuned up for the next round. John Loebner coming up now out of Olathe, Kansas. Loebner's Mullis Dragster with a 475 on the dial-in board behind the scoop there. Rick Pershaw, Prairie Grove, Arkansas, the 69 big block Camaro over on the right. There goes the Camaro. Here comes the Dragster. 623 and 475 the dials. Pershaw goes 2 under. 621 on the 623. The 2 under breakout there. John Loebner is safe by 1. 476 on the 475 at 144 miles an hour. Coming up next, the Plymouth Arrow. He calls it Night Moves. Clay Mahaney out of Welling, Oklahoma. Don Avenday. Joplin, Missouri, right side. The 3rd generation Camaro. 597 and 635 are the dial-ins. Attention in the pit area. We need the Midwest Front Engine Fanatics to lanes 3 and 4, please. Midwest Front Engine Fanatics to lanes 3 and 4. Red light, Mahaney. Wind light, Avenday. 635 with a 4 on the 635 dial for Don. Right side, 106 for the speed. That's a good run. Clay Mahaney, red light start, 598 at 108 miles an hour. Adam Curl out of Springfield, Missouri. The Brogy Roadster. And he'd like to go 632. His competition dial to 679. Zachary Bayer. Or Bayer. Bayer, thank you. Pit start to the red pickup. Bayer. How about Trip Zip? Perfect reaction time, 680 on the 679. Adam Curl ain't got nothing for that. 634 at 107. His window was 1/100th of a second. and he wasn't going to get there because he was already 028 on the tree. Chase Nelson and Jim Klein coming up now. We saw the long bed S10. Here's the shorter bed S10 for Jim Klein out of Stotts City, Missouri. Blind Squirrel Racing Machine is off on the green. Here comes Chase Nelson. Chasing him right now on the brakes at the finish line. Didn't scrub enough, I guess. 738 on the 736. Jim Klein is your winner. Chase Nelson, 4 off 593 at 108. Dragster door car matchup coming up now. Jeff Solomon, the TNT dragster out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri. Driscoll built power. Of course, our thoughts and prayers to the Driscoll family as they've had a loss in their family last night. So our best wishes out to the Driscolls. Jim Nelson, right side, Paxico, Kansas, in the Plymouth Roadrunner. Out front on a 661 dial. Finish line says 663. Gets the job done for Jim Nelson at 100 miles an hour. Jeff Solomon at 486.8. That's what he thought it was going to run. But he didn't have quite enough in the box there, I guess, because he was not 00 on the tree. Will Crotty and Wayne Gunnels come up now. Crotty, Belton, Missouri, 96 Olds Cutlass, big block for Jeff Crotty Race Cars, 509. There on the dial-in board, left side of the car. Wayne Gunnels rolls up in his Raymore, Missouri-based Malibu, the G-Body shuffle over on the right, trying to go 643. Midwest Front Engine Fanatics to lanes 3 and 4, we need you. Midwest Front Engine Fanatics to lanes 3 and 4, we need you. Here comes the Cutlass. There goes the Cutlass for the win. 5:09.8, dead on 8. 017 on the tree. That's a winner. 137 for the speed. Wayne Gunnels, 3 under 640, trying to stay out front. Still couldn't do it at 107. Again, reacted to green, made all the difference. Will Crotty did it better. Quick touch up out there on the starting line is our Mo-Kan Dragway crew, making sure everything is in good shape here at the starting line area behind the line. Curtis Stevenson will roll up left side. Aiden Eckert on the right. Curtis, Coffeyville, Kansas, undercover car for CJ's Threads. 632 power, 454 dial. Again, Driscoll power. Aiden Eckert, right side, small block Chevy. Also, Driscoll power for the Mustang. 624 over there on the right-hand side. Final pair here in the box category. Curtis Stevenson would have red lighted his chances away, except Aiden Eckert did it first. Aiden leaves too early with the 015 red light, then goes 621 at 110. Curtis Stevenson gets the automatic win via the red light, 452 at 151. They both were early and both broke out, but Curtis Stevenson moves on to the next round. Next up, it's the Proud American. The Proud American 3-seat rear engine dragster. And again, the ride of a lifetime for you. If you're interested, go over and see them. They get you signed up, put you in the passenger seat of one of these really quick hot rods. Thanks to Keith Mitchell and the entire Mitchell Motorsports operation. This hot rod should go about a little over 5.5 seconds. at a little over 125 miles an hour. It'll be a fun time for everybody involved. Midwest Front Engine Fanatics lined up over there at the ready line. They're starting to roll around the bend right now. They are running for wind lights. But the entire group will run in every session. Oh, some trouble there for the three-seater, and that does not sound good. Looks like we're going to have to get out there with the pusher quad and get that race car off the racetrack. Actually, the car is moving very, very slowly down there in the finish line area, but we're going to go down and retrieve them. At 6 miles an hour, not exactly what was predicted. Hopefully something simple, and driver knew exactly what to do there when he had a problem, as he thought he might have had a problem that required him to get out of the racing groove, and he did exactly that. So big thanks to our driver down there.
Laris Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Laris Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Laris insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Laris even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Laris Motorsports Insurance today.
There are innovators, and there are duplicators. Your engine knows the difference. Comp Cam's camshafts are always original designs. From precision engineering to premier manufacturing and unrivaled testing again and again by the most advanced engineering team and equipment in the industry. Buy the original, not an imitation. Copies might look the part, but horsepower doesn't lie. Comp Cams, no comparison.
Founded in 1968, Grand Prix Auto Sports Center has been serving the greater Tulsa area and nationwide for over 56 years. Over 3.5 million part numbers available to you in stock from all the leading high-performance manufacturers. We've got parts, we've got nitrous and fuel, we've got what you need to go fast in many forms of motorsports. Swing by the shop, give us a call, or browse our catalog online at GrandPrixAuto.com.
Funny cars, funny cars, funny cars. It's the 60th annual Ozark Crane Labor Day Weekend Classic featuring Funny Car Chaos, presented by Fleet Fuels. Friday night and Saturday, August 29th and 30th. See dozens of ground-pounding flip-top floppers from across the country, plus those gear-slamming Dirty South gassers and more. Every ticket is a bit pass, and kids 12 and under get in free.
Visit MoKanDragway.com for more information.
2 days of high-octane family fun at Smokin Mo-Kan. We'll see you at the drags.
Here's Shan Weston out of Joplin. 225-inch wheelbase, front engine dragster. Big block Chevy out in front of the driver. Classic dragster configuration right here. You'll see a whole bunch of these type of cars here in the next few minutes as part of the Midwest Front Engine Fanatics. Here the slicks kind of skittering out there trying to grab for some traction there. 516 at 134 for Shan Weston as the car kind of skipping along there and trying to get a good grab with those big old slicks. Two more coming up now. This is Roger Gunham and Freddie Gunham. I think this is just a time-only shot here. They're not really racing against each other. It's a little sibling rivalry, I'm guessing. For father-son. Not exactly sure. I'm guessing, though, they're related. Roger Gunham, left side, Bentonville, Arkansas. Freddie Gunham, right side, Bentonville, Arkansas. That was my first clue. Pair of front motor cars lining up side by side. No dial-ins. So, yeah, they're just playing. Time-only run right here. .571 right side for Freddie Gunham. 120 miles an hour. 589 left side for Roger at 118. Now we're going to go into eliminations. These two are going to have them dialed in now. Scott Drager, Neosho, Missouri. That is the Roadster. Left side. 27T replica, left-hand steer machine. Trying to go 564 is competition, Kevin Lowry. 3-speed manual, small block. K&J chassis machine. Lowry down track. Here comes Drager. Drager for the win. 564.3, dead on 3. Ran what he thought. 120 for the speed. A little Roadster on the left side gets it done. Right side, Kevin Lowry goes under by 2. 785. 2 under on the 787 at 86 miles per hour. Don't worry, they'll get another run here. We call this group back up again later on this evening. Here's Lee Markham and Drake Thomas. Now Lee doing double duty. He's racing the dragster in the box category and racing the Bantam Altered here. On the left, Drake Thomas right side, the Wayback Machine. Small block Chevy equipped hot rod. 655, the dial in right side, 578 on the left. Attention in the pit area, we need foot brake. Foot brake to the lanes, please. Foot brake will take you now to the staging lanes. Foot brake, come on down. We'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Jim Klein will take you to lane 1 for the wait and see bye. Jim Klein, lane 1 for the wait and see bye. Foot brake to the lanes. Foot brake to the lanes. Handicap Pro Tree start. Finish line says it is Markham. 586 at 106 for the win there for Lee Markham. Drake Thomas, 650 on the 655. On the breakout, 5 under at 106. Doug Kaufman coming up next. The Kaufman Automatics. Vintage hot rod. With the roots blower up on top. PJ Kratky over there on the right-hand side. In his small block front motor dragster. Hemi Power on the left. 561 and 605 left and right. Foot brake to the lanes. Foot brake to the lanes. Kaufman gets a little bit out of shape, moves over by the center line, and wisely clicks it off. In the meantime, Kratke 6:19 at 110 miles an hour for the win. Doug Kaufman idles on through to an 8:03 at 56. And just like that, looks like our foot brake cars are entering the staging lanes. Won't be long till we see them coming up. Again, Jim Klein to lane 1. You're the wait and see bye.
Race fans, get ready. The inaugural Fuel Over Chaos rocks historic Tucson Dragway Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th. Round-pounding fuel outfits from across the country go into 200-mile-per-hour combat with historic names like the Mob, Rat Poison, Bradford's Fiat, and Sheepherder. Take on new school hitters like Cone Hunter, Witch Doctor, Blown Scentless, and many more. See Lunatia's Backup Girl, Header Flame, and Run What You Brung drag racing like Tucson hasn't seen in decades.
Kids 12 and under are free. Visit TucsonDragway.com for more information.
November 14th and 15th. Be there!
What can 360 Steel do for you? We make custom steel products made right here in Illinois. Fire pits of all kinds, knockdown styles to take along anywhere. Hold your drinks high with our drink stands while pouring horseshoes or bags. We have a complete line of military to firefighter signs, flags, hats, stickers, and more, along with many styles of decor. Welcome signs and custom clocks to a number of different monograms and signs. Personalized, custom options for your perfect sign. Bare steel or powder coated to last indoors and outdoors. 360steel.com. Spell it out. 360steel.com. Check out Twisted Shifterz for the largest selection of made in the USA custom shift knobs and adapters. Made for muscle cars, old and new, hot rods to race cars, and for the big rigs. With our original shift toppers adapter for the air shifters to use any threaded shift knob like the old days. Add custom lettering and logos to make it your own custom shift knob. TwistedShifters.com. We are made in America and we ship worldwide.
McKinney Motorsports is your #1 source for all your chassis needs. McKinney Motorsports is the leading chassis parts supplier and fabricator in nitro drag racing. From custom tanks and fittings, full chassis builds, body mounts, steering components, fasteners, tabs, clamps, composite parts, and much more. Our household name in the racing world guarantees added performance on the track. Join our list of proven winners that spans over 50 years of racing experience.
Driven Racing Oil's GP1 Nitro 70. Trusted by top engine builders, winning racers, and devoted horsepower enthusiasts across the world. Driven takes legendary base oils such as the ones from Bradford, Pennsylvania, which comprise our GP1 line. Then, we boost that superior base oil with state-of-the-art additive packages. Driven's GP1 Nitro 70 not only provides anti-wear protection, but can shield cylinders from washout and fuel dilution caused by methanol or nitro-based fuel. Learn more about Driven Racing Oil by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Driven Racing Oil, or shop now at drivenracingoil.com.
Spell Paving Services provides professional customer service and performance for your next industrial or large-scale private paving project. From parking lots, roads, and driveways to seal coat, chip seal, concrete, and asphalt, there's no job too big for the team at Spell Paving Services. Serving a 500-mile radius from Dallas-Fort Worth, Spell Paving Services has you covered. Call 214-384-3056 to get a competitive quote today and tell them the Chaos sent you.
Appreciate it if you were on your way. Well, as we await our drivers getting loaded up over here for the foot brake class, David Ratton joins me here. And David will be on the call here for our semifinal rounds in our Nitro Chaos coming up. And David, you've been making plenty of notes. Give us a little lead in here before what we see coming up here in the semis.
All right, Warren, we have got our A field coming to the staging lanes in just a few minutes. We're going to give them a call in about 5 minutes. And Cody Austin took out the number 1 qualifier, and we'll take on Gary Wheeler in the top half of the Nitro Chaos A field semifinals. And John Umlauf is going to be taking on Anthony Whitfield in the bottom half of the A field semifinals. Got Keith Jackson taking on Brian Coleman, and Dave Gallegos taking on Paul Schultz in our B field for Nitro Chaos. And we've got on the racetrack Joe Rourke from Joplin, Missouri, with a long wheelbase fleet-side Chevrolet pickup truck, dialed at 707. So he's going first against Logan Diggs in the S10 truck on the Redemption side of the racetrack. But a great first round with a few upsets, a few surprises, and a whole lot of smiles as we set up our semifinals. We'll get them down the racetrack coming up here very shortly. Stand by, Nitro Chaos. We'll be calling you to the staging lanes here in just a few moments. Logan Diggs, 6:37, gets to the finish line first and takes the win. Held 11 at the starting line against that long wheelbase fleet side pickup. Logan Diggs with the win. All right, let me get my A field Nitro Chaos. A field Nitro Chaos to the push road. A field Nitro Chaos to the push road. Don Avondale from Joplin, Missouri on the tower side, the Gen 3 Camaro. Dialed at 6:35, gets a head start against Andrew Gost in a 67 Camaro. 2300's head start on the tower side. It's a red light for Andrew Goss by 5/10,000ths of a second. That'll give you some heartburn. So close to a perfect light, but just too quick by 5/10,000. So Avondale with the win, 6:34, 106.8, good for the win. Larry George from Pittsburgh, Kansas brings the brown Dodge Dart to the starting line in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. A 1.3 second head start on the O'Reilly side against Cody Moore's Ford Ranger pickup, dialed at 650. A-Field Nitro Chaos. A-Field Nitro Chaos to the push road, please. And we got green lights on both sides this time, and Cody Moore with the 003 on the Christmas tree goes across the finish line with a dead 6. So a 9-pack, add up all the digits, you get a 10-pack, and that's good enough for the win for Cody Moore in the Ranger pickup. 780, dead on with an 8 for Larry George. Gave up a little bit too much at the starting line. That cost him the race by 0.03 of a second. Matt Sampietro from Seymour, Missouri, next up on the tower side with a 706 style in. And Scott Staten from Gardner, Kansas, brings the GMC Sonoma pickup for a run on the Redemption side. Scott's dialed at 6:55. 51/100ths of a second head start to the two-door Mopar. And win light comes on the tower side for Matt Sampietro. Nitro Chaos, A-Field. Nitro Chaos, A-Field. Mr. Austin, Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Umlauf, Mr. Whitfield. To the push road, please, for your semi round. Andrew Scott, Springfield, Missouri, in the Chevy Nova on the tower side, going first by 0.13 of a second against the Dodge Charger of Jason Lopez. A pair of green lights on the Christmas tree and a wind light on the tower side for Andrew Scott. 712 beats a 694. Scott holds 17 at the starting line and gives back 5, still gets to the finish line first by 12. Brent Leslie, Fort Scott, Kansas, 1999 Chevy S10, the step side version, 742 the dial in with that 5.3 LS power. Mike Barker, Sarcoxie, Missouri, 85 Chevy S10, the first generation of the S10. Barker's Machines, SMC Electric and Winger Tax being represented. Got green lights on both sides. The wind light goes to the red truck on the redemption side. Dead on with a 101.9 miles an hour. That's good for the win as Brent Leslie got to the finish line first, but goes too quick. Runs a 738 on the 742 dial in, goes 4 under, and that cost him the drag race. J.R. Loebner from Gardner, Kansas, the black S10 with a 604 dial in, gets the head start against the Impala of Travis Horton out of Pittsburgh. Nice wheel stand for the pickup truck. At the top end of the racetrack, the wind lights for the truck. 608, 4 over at 108.2 miles an hour to a 5 over, 571 at 117 for Travis Horton's Impala. Shane Reese, Carthage, Missouri, 64 Nova wagon. 635 the dial. 4600's head start against Chase Nelson. A-Field Nitro Chaos. Shane Reese, 1 over with a 636. B-Field Nitro Chaos semifinalists to the staging lanes, please. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Coleman, Mr. Gallegos, Mr. Schultz. B-Field Nitro Chaos semifinalists to the push road, please. Justin Barker from Sarcoxie in the AMC Spirit. 681 the dial. Rick Blevins in the 55 Chevy wagon. Dial 656. Both drivers leave with a green light on their side of the Yakutime Christmas tree. At the finish line, put the wind light on the tower side for Justin Barker. 683, 95.2 miles per hour. That's 2 over. Blevins was 1 over with a 657 at 105.29 miles an hour. Barker held 6 at the starting line and holds 6 at the finish line. Jim Klein, Stott City, Missouri, Blind Squirrel Racing S10 truck on a solo run down that right side Redemption Motorsports lane. 0-1 001 reaction time. So Jim Klein is dialed in on this end, and a 737 with a 3. He's dialed in on the other end. A 4-pack on the way down the racetrack. You'll take them on a single run, but you really would like to have them when you've got somebody in the other lane. So Klein with the win advances to the next round in our foot brake category. All right, race fans, we've got the track staff out there doing their preparations before this semifinal round of our Nitro Chaos categories at Mo-Kan. For the live stream audience, we are going to bring you a recap of the race from Edgewater Sports Park over near Cincinnati, Ohio. It was a hot weekend weather-wise, and the racing was hot as well. We will give you the opportunity to see those highlights from Edgewater Sports Park on the live stream coming up next.
Thank you, Nitro Chaos Food Show.
John.
Did I red light?
No, I think you got the win light.
Awesome.
From what I can tell, yes, John, you are the McKinney Motorsports A field winner here at Edgewater.
Hell yeah.
We'll let you get the gear off. Y'all have been working out a new clutch configuration on the Mass Chaos machine, and you come out here at Nitro Chaos and, well, do some mass things and go ahead and get yourself another win out here, John.
It's great. We fought so much crap this weekend. Woo! Let's go! Come on! My family, that's why we do it. And that's what makes it happen. Okay. I'm out of breath.
John's out of breath, but this team keeps working out, well, all they need to be able to get wins in Nitro Chaos. John, congratulations.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. Family, God, and friends.
CP Carrillo B field here at Edgewater Sports Park. It is Levi Keenan getting a win again at this facility in Nitro Chaos trim. Did it on a single. Chuck Lofton with some issues. We'll catch up with Chuck and get that story. Levi, you said earlier it's been a challenging to tune today. You get the reward, a single and a win in Nitro Chaos once again.
Yeah, feels pretty good here. Edgewater's been pretty good to me, so hate to do it on a single, but we'll take it, and pretty special. I got my boy here with me, so feeling pretty good.
That certainly is special to have the boy here and get a win. And, well, look on forward into the year. When can we see Illinois Thunder back at Nitro Chaos?
I'll be at Havana for sure, so we'll be ready.
Levi will be ready to win again in Nitro Chaos. Why was Chuck Lofton not in the final, giving that single to Levi Keenan to win here at Edgewater Sports Park in the CP Carrillo B field? Well, in the previous round, Chuck, in an attempt to not go below the floating index that is set race to race by the number one qualifier of the B field, he grabbed a whole lot of brake, and in doing so, flat spotted his front tires. They did not have the tires to replace those tires. Therefore, he didn't have a safe and operable hot rod for the final round, giving Levi Keenan a single and a win. Well, I attempted to catch up with Chuck Lofton, but at the end of the race last night, they'd already gone to the steakhouse, and this morning, they had rolled out early. Overall, what an interesting weekend for Chuck in the crapshoot. Almost folded up that rather new hot rod in testing, gets through that, gets the bye in the first round, gets into the final round, yet has this issue. Overall, I think a productive weekend for them, but one they certainly want to move on from and roll the dice yet again. And they're going to be doing that in Tulsa, and we certainly can expect them at the next Nitro Chaos race. That is at Mo-Kan Dragway, July 18th and 19th. I'm Lee Kraft, aka the Monday Morning Racer, reporting from Edgewater Sports Park for Nitro Chaos.
John Brook and the team out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, with their driver Gary Wheeler, closed the deal. 959.
Gary Wheeler has already been celebrating. He finally, even though he was the first ever Nitro Chaos champion, he gets a win in the A field, the McKinney Motorsports A field. Finally a win. And that is after an absolutely atrocious 2024, a tough Texas to start 2025, a win at one of the big ones in Chaos, the Twisted Shifterz, Chaos in the Cornfield. Gary Wheeler, you got to win.
Finally, I can't believe it. You know, we won the championship in 23 and never won a race, you know, and we got a lot of final rounds, but never got that Chaos trophy. You know, I couldn't do it without my guys. Chris, we miss you. We love you. This one's for you, Bubba, and JB. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Gary Wheeler, your McKinney Motorsports A field champion here in Nitro Chaos competition of Chaos in the Cornfield.
Funny cars, funny cars, funny cars. It's the 60th annual Ozark Crane Labor Day Weekend Classic featuring Funny Car Chaos, presented by Fleet Fuels. Friday night and Saturday, August 29th and 30th. See dozens of ground-pounding flip-top floppers from across the country, plus those gear-slamming Dirty South gassers and more. Every ticket is a bit pass, and kids 12 and under get in free.
Visit MoKanDragway.com for more information.
2 days of high-octane family fun at Smokin Mo-Kan. We'll see you at the drags. Race fans, get ready. The inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos rocks historic Tucson Dragway Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th. Ground-pounding fuel altered from across the country go into 200-mile-per-hour combat with historic names like the Mob, Rat Poison, Bradford's Fiat, and Sheepherder. Take on new school hitters like Cone Hunter, Witch Doctor, Blown Scentless, and many more. See Bodacious Backup Girl, Header Flame, and Run What You Brung drag racing like Tucson hasn't seen in decades.
Kids 12 and under are free. Visit TucsonDragway.com for more information.
November 14th and 15th. Be there!
There are innovators, and there are duplicators. Your engine knows the difference. Comp Cam's camshafts are always original designs. From precision engineering to premier manufacturing and unrivaled testing again and again by the most advanced engineering team and equipment in the industry. Buy the original, not an imitation. Copies might look the part, but horsepower doesn't lie. Comp Cams. No comparison.
To sign up for a ride in a dragster. They've got the rumble seats warmed up and ready for you. They'd love to help you experience the rush of going down the racetrack at Mo-Kan Dragway at a high rate of acceleration. So feel free to sign up and enjoy that particular aspect of this weekend, the 63rd anniversary celebration at Mo-Kan Dragway. Race number 75 in the history of chaos. Okay, live stream audience, we are finishing up the track preparations. We're going to take one more little break, and when we come back, we're going to have racing. Be sure and let your friends know that the Nitro cars are just about to take the track. Have them join you on the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel, because it's about to get loud in here as we have the Nitro cars ready to take on the racetrack in the semi-final round.
For over 40 years, Mile High Crankshafts, located in Denver, Colorado, has provided the highest quality crankshaft repair and modification services available and serves all forms of motorsports competition. Whether a precision grind or repair from a catastrophic failure, Mile High Crankshafts understands the attention to detail required to maintain the integrity demanded by high-performance engine builders. Just ask Bill Bernard, driver of the Grinder Funny Car. Call us today at 303-781-6764. Find us on Facebook or visit www.milehighcranks.com.
Taylor Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the Chaos.
Founded in 1968, Grand Prix Auto Sports Center has been serving the greater Tulsa area and nationwide for over 56 years. Over 3.5 million part numbers available to you in stock from all the leading high-performance manufacturers. We've got parts, we've got nitrous and fuel, we've got what you need to go fast in many forms of motorsports. Swing by the shop, give us a call, or browse our catalog online at GrandPrixAuto.com.
into the racetrack, 428 with 118.64 miles an hour. Cody Austin, a 914 60-foot and 254 to the half-track point. Began to feel that back end start to kick out.
Cody Austin, a relatively new fuel alter driver, willing over Dad Jody Austin's skillful hands, is now a Chaos winner in the Bushwhacker, which is no stranger to winning in Chaos, no stranger to winning here at Eddyville.
I just want to make sure that he was okay.
Anthony Whitfield's okay. We're looking at the CP Carrillo Nitro Chaos B Field winner, Cody Austin. Congratulations.
Hey, thanks, man. It feels great. Like, you know, I want to thank my whole crew
and my dad and my mom. I mean, in reality, I couldn't have done this without every one of them. I mean, they all came through. I mean, behind the scenes, you see all, you know, they're just working so hard, and I'm overfilled with emotion right now. It's exciting, and I'm glad Anthony's okay. So, I mean, it's been an awesome day. You know, we had trouble getting started, but we finally figured it out and hooked it up. I don't even know what I ran, but yeah, it's a great day. Thanks, man.
For Anthony Whitfield in the new hot rod, this looks rather nasty for his combination. Anthony, take us through the final round there against Cody Austin.
Oh, it struck the tires and then tried to pedal it, and then making good ground, and then all of a sudden she popped on me. So we'll go back to the pits and figure it out. So.
Oh, sorry, man, to see this for you, and I know it's got to be emotional. Another break of bad luck. Not as bad as Mo-Kan, obviously. This is certainly repairable. Overall, the new car, how's it coming along?
I like it. It's going to be a contender once we get the bugs worked out of it. But new car, new fuel system. It's just we're going to have to learn it. So we'll be there. So
Anthony Whitfield, they'll certainly work on it and be that mighty mouse.
Racing Oil, the official racing oil of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour, brings you the semi-final round. From Mo-Kan Dragway, celebrating 63 years of drag racing excellence, Cody Austin from Pflugerville, Texas, brings the Bushwhacker AA fuel altered up for a run on the tower side of the racetrack. He got the lane choice in a big first round victory. He combined a whole shot with a 376 at 203 miles an hour to turn on the win light. He was on the redemption side of the racetrack in that first round. With lane choice, though, he's going to take the tower side, the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. His opponent, the gentleman that got John Brook his first championship. They did that in 2023 Nitro Chaos competition. And they've got a win in 2025. So both of these drivers hoping to be the first team to capitalize on the opportunity to win 2 race wins in this season. In order to make that happen, they got to get a win light here. The Texas car on the left side, the Oklahoma car on the right side. We're staged and ready. Candles lit, hammers down, and Cody Austin turns on a win light in the Bushwhacker. Parachutes in that 209 mile per hour breeze in the shutdown area. A 363 at 209 miles an hour. Cody Austin, low ET and top speed, I think. If it's not top speed, it's close. But low ET of the event, the Bushwhacker AA fuel altered, says to everybody, I ain't scared. You better bring your A game if you're going to not get bushwhacked. Gary Wheeler, another picture-perfect 383, 198.85 miles an hour. That's 3 times today that car has gone right down the middle of the groove to a 3.83 second elapsed time. This time, it just didn't happen to be quite enough. Race fans, what do you think about that Bushwhacker group? Wow. I'll tell you, it doesn't get much better than the side-by-side 3-second performances that you just saw. Cody Austin, on the way to the final round, has the opportunity, if everything goes his way, could become the first person in 2025 to be a 2-time winner. Of course, there will be somebody in the other lane, and regardless of which one it happens to be, it's going to be a good final round. We have got number 2 qualifier John Umlauf from Rolla, Missouri, qualified at 376. First round ran a 375, so I'd say they've got things figured out here at Mo-Kan Dragway on this 63rd anniversary weekend. Taking on Anthony Whitfield, the Mighty Mouse 2. Got it together last night, put a 429 on the board. That got him into the A field, and then they dropped 2,200ths off of that in their first round matchup, which wound up being a single when Aaron Morrow's Nitro Relapse car lost fire. But Whitfield kept his foot in the throttle and goes 407 at 183 and does not back into this semifinal round in any way, shape, manner, or form. Whitfield is going to be on the right side of the Christmas tree, the redemption lane. John Umlauf in the Mass Chaos AA fuel altered. It's going to be on the tower side in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. So Austin does the deal, gets low ET. And maybe top speed. It's all pop all the time. The magic formula CH3NO2, the fuel that carries its own extra bit of oxygen with it. That's one of the reasons it's so explosive and makes such a good racing fuel. The cackle, the pop, the sound, the smell, nothing like it. Once you get hooked on nitromethane, there is no cure. You just got to do like me and keep coming to the drags for 50 plus years. That's what Nitro Chaos is all about. We are ready to go down the racetrack. A big hole shot for the small block Chevy, but it's not enough. The big Hemi comes around with a 387 at 181 miles an hour. Man, Anthony Whitfield was way out front on that run at 103.60 foot. The Mass Chaos car, a little surprised in a 102.60 foot. Then at the half track point, that big Hemi power kicks in and they go 387 down that left side lane at 181 miles an hour. So John Umlauf into the final round in what is definitely a heavyweight battle between the Bushwhacker and the Mass Chaos, and Cody Austin has got the lane choice in what should be one more epic final round. Man, oh man, 363 for the winner in the first pair, 387 for the winner in the second pair, 209 miles an hour for the Bushwhacker, and over 181 from the Mass Chaos. Race fans, I don't think you could ask for some better racing than what you're seeing here at Mo-Kan Dragway. And of course, that happens every time we show up here. I'm telling you, this staff here at Mo-Kan Dragway, they do the track preparations to the point that you get to see great racing side by side with unbelievable performances. And our final round in the A field should be epic. Cody Austin and John Umlauf. So we will switch the computer over to our B field, brought to you by CP Carrillo, the official rod and piston of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. Check the scoreboards. You can see the index, which is on for this round, and then it'll go away in the final round. We have got Keith Jackson in the High Heaven Dodge Charger funny car, taking on Brian Coleman in the Street Fuel Coupe. There have been some incredible performances this weekend, and certainly one of them that people will look back at and smile and talk about for a long time, including the folks in the state of Wisconsin, is going to be what Brian Coleman and Jerry Newman have been able to do with the Street Fuel Coupe. Qualifying with a 465. They run a 477 in the first round. Now they're going to be taking on the High Heaven funny car from Edgewood, Texas. Keith Jackson tower side, and from Caledonia, Wisconsin on the pit side, Brian Coleman. Keith Jackson doing the driving. Tuning done by Jim Eberly. Backup girl, the sweetheart of the Nitro Show, Amber Jackson, has basically spent her entire life nitro drag racing in one form or another. She helps out in the pits more than a pretty face. She packs the parachutes, making sure cousin Keith is safe. And of course, as you remember from the first round, both those parachutes blossomed right after they crossed the finish line, getting Keith to a safe stop. Part of the magic of Nitro Chaos racing is you get a chance to see two completely different race cars squaring off side by side. Our semifinal round, Brian Coleman went out on a limb last year and said, we're running the whole Nitro Chaos Championship Tour, chasing the championship. And they find themselves really close to the top 10 right now. They're thinking upset. They're knowing that consistency is the name of the game. Coleman has the car into the pre-stage position, sits up high while Keith Jackson sits in the back seat of that Dodge Charger, brings the car into the pre-stage position. 428 the cap, one of those things you got to be careful about. Flash of amber green lights, and they are side by side down the racetrack. And look at the Street Fuel Coupe with the win light of 458, 164 miles an hour, takes the win and will advance to the final round. Randy Jackson, what do you think about that, bud? Wow. A 116, 60 foot on the right side, a 108, 60 foot on the left side. The High Heaven car was out front with a 287 half track and the 308 on the right side, but you heard it get awfully quiet in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, and so Keith was helpless. He was only able to just coast across the finish line at 109 miles an hour, but the Street Fuel Coupe was still cooking and goes 458 to take the win at 164.65 miles an hour. So into the final round goes Brian Coleman, and Coleman will take on the winner between the Nitro Clown car of Dave Gallegos and the Nitro Monkey with Paul Schultz aboard. One pair left in our semifinal rounds of Nitro Chaos. We are in the CP Carrillo B field right now. Want to send our greetings out to the great folks who are watching on the live stream. Thanks to Comp Cams, Laris Motorsports Insurance, Driven Racing Oils, and our good friend Steve Stamps of Stamps Family Farms. Live stream broadcast from Mo-Kan Dragway, reaching all across the globe. And hey, we're trying some new things this weekend. We hope you're enjoying the live stream coverage, and we are bringing it to you with a big smile on our face. Happy to be working our way towards those final rounds. Darren Foster checked in just a little while ago from Twisted Shifterz and 360 Steel, and of course these amazing trophies that the winners of this event will take home with them, fabricated up there in Fulton, Illinois at Twisted Shifterz. And when you see the trophies, you get a real sense for the creative genius that exists in Fulton, Illinois, as these trophies are absolutely beautiful. And we appreciate Darren Foster and his team for their ongoing continued support of Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos. Looking forward to seeing you guys up at Byron Dragway next weekend. So Brian Coleman is in the final round. He's got a 458. On the boards to see if that holds up for lane choice. The Nitro Clown of Dave Gallegos from Manhattan, Kansas, is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And Paul Schultz Racing that car out of Choctaw, Oklahoma, of Rick and Jennifer Taylor. They've got a lot of the family here this weekend, and they are experiencing some good things. Last year, they wound up in the final round only to be runner-up. So they've been to the final round at this racetrack before. Can they make it 2 years straight? Dave Gallega's giving everybody a little chance to hold our breath for a minute there as he gets off the throttle from the burnout. The Nitro Clown decided to be a little funny, but it weren't funny. But he does get it straightened up. He'll back that car up from the burnout. The Nitro Hemi on the tower side. The Nitro Clown car. Gallegas has been a winner here at Mo-Kan Dragway. In the B field before. So he would like to have the opportunity to visit another final round here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Both of these competitors have been to the final round at Mo-Kan and Nitro Chaos competition. Only one is going to get to do it again. Paul Schultz, Tulsa, Oklahoma, driving the car out of Choctaw. Small block nitro injected machine. Well, at the top end of the racetrack, the only question is, then there's your answer. Nitro Clown out like a shot, 9.67 to 60 feet and 2.58 to the half track point. Gets out of the throttle in hopes of not breaking out, but he does. He goes 23 on a 28 cap, and that puts the Nitro Monkey into the final round for the second year in a row. Schultz with a 5.33, 143.59 miles an hour, gives up lane choice to Brian Coleman in the Street Fuel Coupe. Junior Dragsters, let's get you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Junior Dragsters, let's get you to lanes 2 and 3, por favor. Nitro Monkey into the final round for the second year running. All right, so we have got Matthew Stutzman. The armless archer is planning on making an exhibition run for you here in that 68 Camaro. It's quick, it's fast, it's exciting. And you're going to get a chance to see them coming up here in just a little bit. Junior Dragsters, let me get you to lanes 2 and 3. Junior Dragsters, let me get you to lanes 2 and 3. Race fans, if you choose to take advantage of the opportunity to go down to the pits, make sure you stop by the Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer and pick up one of those event shirts. One of the cars that's in the B field final round is on that shirt. That's going to be, of course, the Street Fuel Coupe of Brian Coleman. Definitely want to make sure you've got one of those event shirts with that car on it.
There are innovators, and there are duplicators. Your engine knows the difference. Comp Cam's camshafts are always original designs, from precision engineering to premier manufacturing and unrivaled testing again and again by the most advanced engineering team and equipment in the industry. Buy the original, not an imitation. Copies might look the part, but horsepower doesn't lie. Comp Cams, no comparison.
Fire's lit in this big inch Hemi-powered top Sportsman Camaro. Matthew Stutzman, the armless archer, is going to be squaring off against Larry Granco's Moparius Maximus. For exhibition on your Saturday night for your enjoyment. The top Sportsman car of Matt Stutzman taking on the nitro burning Max Wedge 63 Plymouth Belvedere of Larry Granco from Muscatine, Iowa. So these two guys come from Iowa to Missouri, and they're going to have Iowa Showdown. I wonder if one of these guys is a Hawkeye and one of them is Iowa State, a Cyclone. That'd make it a little bit more interesting. At least it would if you're from Iowa. Well, so the burnouts are complete. The Moparius Maximus Plymouth Belvedere is backed up from the burnout. Not sure what's happening with Stutzman's car, as it may have lost fire. Either that or it won't go into reverse. They are using that old school power to push it backwards. Hopefully the car is still running and he'll be able to stage it up and they'll race. Well, Granco was game to go for it, but problems arose for Stutzman. And it's going to be a solo run for Larry Granco, Muscatine, Iowa, his home. He'll stop the clock through the 8th mile with a 5:59, 124.9 miles an hour. Looking good. Man, hey, I was looking forward to that match between Matt and Larry, but unfortunately the car had other ideas. Well, so they are going to regroup, relight that Hemi, and Stutzman's going to go solo, it appears, down the Redemption Motorsports lane. The burnout's already been done. Tires are hot, ready to go. Stutzman going to take it down that right side lane. Or not. And so something's going on with the car as it continues to lose fire. Racers, when you're looking to upgrade your trailer game, you know the name, rmtrailer.com, R&M Race Trailers of Cushing, Oklahoma. The official race trailers source for Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos. Rich Moline, the man to talk to. You can reach him at 918-225-7223. Go online and check their significant inventory. rmtrailer.com, the official trailer source of Mo-Kan Dragway and Nitro Chaos. As we always say sometimes, shift. 518, 120.77 miles an hour down that right side lane in a hurry. Final call, Junior Dragsters. Final call, Junior Dragsters. I need my junior dragsters lanes 2 and 3, please. Junior dragsters lanes 2 and 3. Dennis Taylor of Taylor Motorsports Products, the official safety equipment supplier of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour, has been with us for several years. And of course, they have got everything you need safety equipment wise, from fuel shut off to fluid containment systems to fire suits to Hans devices. You need it for safety. Dennis Taylor is the man with the plan. A nitro racer in his own right, been racing for decades upon decades, started his own business to make sure that the racing community would have the very finest in safety equipment. They're manufacturing it at their plant in Oregon, and they will ship directly to you. TaylorMotorsports.com is the website. Be sure and tell Dennis Taylor that you heard about them from Nitro Chaos. So on the live stream, we will be taking you back to the pits to watch these crews as they get ready to bring their cars back up for the final rounds. There are only 2 pair left. We will crown a winner in the B field and the A field. That's all coming your way shortly. Whether you're here in person or whether you're on the live stream, it's happening. Speaking of happening, this is a happening. We have got the loud American supercharged dragster with another soon-to-be satisfied customer in the rumble seat. Nitro Chaos wants to thank Murph McKinney for his ongoing continued support of the Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. For the finest in race car production, whether it's parts, whether it's a complete race car. Name to remember is McKinney Motorsports. Down the O'Reilly lane to a 451 at 158 miles an hour. Another happy customer making their way down the track here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Wizards Warehouse, Tom and Annabelle Akers. They have got more knowledge on supercharged fuel-injected racing than most people who have ever walked the earth. They would be delighted to help you get your operation going the best it possibly can. You can reach them through their toll-free number at 1-800-282-3442. Be sure and let them know that Nitro Chaos sent you. That's Wizards Warehouse. They've got shipping from the central part of the United States, not all that far from here. So wherever you happen to be, the turnaround time is quick. Be sure and let them know what they can do for you. Be prepared, because the advice and the experience that they have will exceed anything you've ever imagined. Tom and Annabelle Akers at Wizards Warehouse. Got our junior dragsters coming to the staging lanes. They will be the next cars down the racetrack. So we'll anticipate bringing that action to you here in a moment. Attention in the pits. Zach Byer to staging lane 1 for the wait and see buy run. And I need Box to the staging lanes. Box to lanes 2 through 7. Zach Byer, lane 1 for the wait and see buy. And Box, lanes 2 through 7. Come on down. All right, let's get a little junior dragster action underway, shall we? Rylan Valentine from Fort Scott, Kansas. 819 to dial in the Tiger Stripe machine in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Carter Loebner from Kansas. 813 to dial. 600s head start for the dragster on the left. Both drivers in a stage position. The red light comes on for Carter Loebner. 036 red puts a wind light on the tower side, and Valentine next round bound 828, 77 miles per hour. The Carter's red lighting 814 at 79.6. Next to the starting line, Gannon Carson and Chloe Peak. Gannon's on the tower side, gets a head start. 9 plus 3 is 12. 1200's head start for the car on the tower side. Chloe Peak doing the pursuing in that dragster on the pit side in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Both drivers with green lights this time. That makes it a Whataburger start because it's just like I like it. They decided at the finish line, not the starting line. 796, good for the win for Chloe Peak. 81 miles an hour down the right side. Gannon Carson, 809, 78.5 miles an hour. Next pair, Brooke Boy from Concordia, Missouri. 796 at mile in for the yellow dragster on the power side. Landon Yockey, Girard, Kansas with a 790 dial in on the Redemption side of the Christmas tree. 600s head start on the left. Both lights good and green. Then on the pit side, Landon Yockey, 794, 80 miles an hour. The Brook with the 806 at 77.6 miles an hour. Ellie Carson from Girard, Kansas. Speedy's Auto Machine with the 906 dial in is on the tower side. And the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And over on the pit side, the Redemption Motorsports and Auto Service Center lane, Jocelyn West from Paola, Kansas. It's a 791 dial in on the right side, so a sizable head start. 1.15 second head start for Ellie Carson on the tower side. 3 bulbs lit. There goes the first one as that final infrared beam is tickled. And we've got green lights shining on both sides of the Akatine Christmas tree. Ellie Carson out front, Jocelyn West in hot pursuit. Across the 660, the win line goes to Ellie Carson, 911, 70.48 miles per hour to an 809, 77.6. Jocelyn West car, 18 off the dial. And Ellie Carson, 5 over, with a 005 on the reaction time for Ellie Carson. Put her out front to stay. Box to the staging lanes. Box to the staging lanes for round next. So the next round of junior dragsters will be the semifinal round as there are 4 racers left. We have got our box class in the staging lanes. We'll be pairing them up and sending them down the racetrack here momentarily. Once again, happy to have you joining us at the 63rd anniversary celebration of Mo-Kan Dragway, brought to you by Grand Prix Auto Sports Center. Want to remind you, get them while they got them, the official event shirts. Nitro Chaos is available over at the Spectator Plaza. Go by and see Mel and his group. Let them fix you up with one of the event shirts. They have got the Mad Max Funny Car and the Street Fuel Coupe on those shirts. Can't think of a better car to have on there since the Street Fuel Coupe is in the final round for the first time ever at Nitro Chaos. So we switched the computer over, and now we are in the box category for our electronics cars. Dylan Lawrence from Pittsburgh, Kansas, 1967, the original year model of the Chevrolet Camaro. That's what Dylan's got on the tower side of the racetrack. His dial, a scary 666. That's a 6700's head start against Scott Congrove from Gentry, Arkansas, with that purple camback wagon. At the finish line, put a win line on the tower side. Dylan Lawrence, 005 on the Christmas tree, coupled with a 2 over 68. Gets him across the finish line by 015. Congrove 602, 3 over at 113.7 miles an hour. Lawrence held 1 at the start, holds 1 at the finish, and gets a win. Logan Diggs and Joe Carrillo at the starting line next. Diggs with a 609 dialed into the Olds 442 on your tower side. And Joe with a 499 dialed into the blue dragster in the redemption lane. Green lights both sides, win light tower side. Logan Diggs dead on with a 0. at Joe Carrillo 5 flat, 1 over at 138 miles an hour. Diggs holds 1 at the starting line, holds 2 at the finish line, and will advance. Aaron Rutledge and Jay Hill, your next pair. Jay has got that Prelude. That significantly modified Prelude is on the pit side of the racetrack with a 526 dial. Aaron Rutledge with a Chevy Nova in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. That's your tower side. $4,400's head start for the Nova. Red light for the red Prelude, and the Nova is going to advance. Dead on with a 6, 119.7 miles an hour. Jay Hill 1 over with a 527 at 131 miles an hour. Just the unfortunate set of circumstances with a 016 red light on his side of the Christmas tree. That's the end of the day for Jay Hill, and Aaron Rutledge goes another round. Our fans on the live stream getting a chance to see the crews servicing their cars, getting ready for their final round matchups. See who's going to take home the Nitro Chaos event winner trophies. Those beautiful trophies from Twisted Shifterz. It's like a pair of dragsters next up in box. Tyler Hill and James Lee squaring off. Tyler from Mount Vernon, Missouri. 539 to dial in on the tower side. And James Lee from Seneca, Missouri. Blue dragster with a 476 dialed in. .63 of a second head start for the dragster, the colorful dragster on your tower side in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Tyler Hill and James Lee. It's a breakout for Tyler Hill. A 002 reaction time put him out front, but he goes under the dial with a 536 on the 539 dial. That gives James Lee the second chance he needed. 1 over at 477, 140.98 miles an hour. And Lee gets in by virtue of the breakout. Andrew Goss and Paul Bracey at the starting line. 32 Bantam altered from Bellevue, Kansas, has a 514 dialed in. 3900's head start against Andrew Goss with the camera dragster out of Joplin. The camera chassis car gets the win light, 476, 130.5 miles an hour. Cameron Race Cars just recently reopened. In case you didn't know that, Nathan Martin is building those race cars once again down in Texas. Next pair up, Brandon Bracey from Bellevue, Kansas, another Bantam altered. This one with a 547 dial in. Taking on Isaac Hill from Mount Vernon, Missouri with a 450 dialed into the dragster. That was quick. 7 thousandths red for Brandon Bracey. Puts a win light in the redemption lane for Isaac Hill. Isaac with the 449, 153 miles an hour, is going to advance to the next round. That will bring us our next pair. The door car is a 1996 Oldsmobile Cutlass, built by Jeff Crotty Race Cars and powered by a 598 cubic inch big block Chevy. Dial in is 509. Curtis Stevenson from Coffeyville, Kansas, is in the dragster on the redemption side. Curtis with a 454 dialed in. The Cutlass with the win, 513, 130 miles an hour. It was a breakout run for Curtis Stevenson, so Will Crotty gets the win. Bruce Everhart, Wellsville, Kansas, 1998 GMC Sonoma. 656 to dial in, taking on Corey Coffey in the first generation S10 truck. 618 to dial for Corey. Wheels up and rolling down that redemption lane and gets the win when his opponent breaks out. Corey Coffey, 621, 3 over at 106.6 miles an hour. Had a starting line advantage and goes 3 over. Bruce Everhart, 655 with a 9 on a 656 dial, breaks out 8 10,000ths. Not much, but it's enough. And that puts a win light in the redemption lane for Corey Coffey. Kyle Schartz, Weir, Kansas, 1962 Studebaker Lark. I didn't realize how much I liked Studebakers until I saw this car. 608 to dial in on the tower side for the Studebaker. Daniel Curl from Mount Vernon, Missouri. Who doesn't like a 1972 Dodge Challenger? Guarantee you I do, always have. 601 to dial for Daniel Curl. Put a win light on the tower side as Kyle Schartz goes 606 in a double breakout affair. Kyle breaks out 3 thousandths less than Daniel Curl does. So Schartz will take the Studebaker one more round at least. Jim Klein, Chris Cisco next to the starting line. S10 truck with a 736 dial. Gets a 1.06 second, 1.08 second head start against Chris Cisco in the 64 Nova wagon. Wagon for the win, 629, 1 over at 106.5 miles an hour. Jim Klein, tardy at the starting line, had to break out in order to have a chance. Cisco takes the stripe by 9 10,000ths, but had to force his opponent to break out. Klein went 735 on a 736 dial. Justin Barker, Cody Marr bring their machines to the starting line. Cody with the Ranger pickup and a 648 dial. Barker with the AMC Spirit and a 679 dial. Midwest Front Engine Fanatics looking for you in staging lane 3 and staging lane 4, if you please. Red light for Cody Moore, 78 10,000ths, too quick. Puts a win light on the tower side for Justin Barker. And Barker with a 679 is dead on with a 9. 97 for 87 miles an hour. And a 001 reaction time. That was going to be tough to beat any way you slice it. And he does get the win when Cody Moore breaks out. And red light. Jim Nelson, Paxico, Kansas, 1968 Plymouth Roadrunner. 660 the dial for the Plymouth. Adam Blaze from Cherryville, Kansas. (2016) PCRC dragster, 483 the dial. Nelson out front in the Plymouth. The dragster goes by 483, dead on with a 5 and a trip zip 2 reaction time for Adam Blaze in the dragster. That's a 6-pack, and that'll get you a win light a lot of the time. Nelson 656 breaks out at 103. Adam Blaze trip zip 2 with a dead 5. Puts a 6-pack on the board and gets the win. John Loebner from Olathe, Kansas, Tower Side, 475 the dial in. Andy Blaze from Weir, Kansas, Pit Side, 472 the dial. Loebner on the Tower Side going first by the official designation of a smidge, 300ths of a second. The red light shining on the redemption side of the Christmas tree puts a win light on the Tower side in the O'Reilly lane. John Loebner, 477, 148.8 miles an hour for the win. Our largest Sportsman class in the house today is our box category. You can tell that because the hits just keep on coming. Don Avonday, 635 the dial, Tower side in the Camaro. John Rutledge, Rogers, Arkansas, 461 the dial for the dragster. Both drivers with the green lights on their side of the Christmas tree, and the win light flashes in the redemption lane for Johnny Rutledge. 484, 111 to a 637 at 106. Big time starting line advantage for John Rutledge. As they exit the shutdown area, the next pair comes to the starting line. Is going to be Matt Lee from Seneca, Missouri. Extended cab S10 truck with a 573 dial in. Taking on Grant Carson from Girard, Kansas. The dragster dialed at 459. And at the finish line, the win lights on the Tower side. Breakout for Grant Carson. At a 9,000ths green light, but goes under by 22 10,000ths. That gives the win back to Matt Lee, who runs 574 at 122 miles an hour. Zachary Byer did the wait and see thing. He waited. He saw that he does have a bye run, and he's going to solo down the redemption lane into the next round. Puts a 679 dial in on the board. And puts a 678 on the scoreboard, 99.29 miles per hour. Race crews working at it, getting ready to bring their cars back for the final round. There's no index in the final round of the B field. Several folks wishing there wasn't an index in the first and second round of the B field, but that's not how we roll. When you get a chance to ride one of these dragsters, don't you pass it up. You want to experience the rush of drag racing, but don't want to spend a few $1,000s on a car that'll go 4 seconds in the 8th mile? Well, for only $250, you can get in the rumble seat and find out if you even like it. Now, I'm not sure what's not to like about this deal. I can't imagine what's not to like about this deal. But when you see these folks at a racetrack near you, be sure and go by and see them and sign up and get that ride in the rumble seat. I can assure you, you will talk about it forever and a day. It'll be one of the most fun things you've ever done. One more satisfied customer, 158 miles an hour in 4.50 seconds. Now this group Midwest Front Engine Fanatics. Asked them how long they've been doing this. They said this is the first time. Really? Looks like they're having a great time, and I'm certainly having a great time enjoying them running their front engine cars. Drake Thomas, Pleasanton, Kansas, 1965 way back machine, 357 cubic inches of small block Chevy power. Brought to you by Photography by Chesney. Thomas Sport Motors. Squeaky Grows 652 at 106.6 miles an hour. And your next pair coming up, it's going to be the left steer Roadster on the Redemption side and another Slingshot Dragster on the Tower side. Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. Here we are. We're staged. We get a flash of amber. Index 620 on the left side, 563 on the right side. We are racing. Put a win light on the Redemption side, 562. 120 to a 597 at 117. Both cars under their performance projection. Scott Drager goes closer to his index and will get the win. Next up, it will be Lee Markham III from Springfield, Missouri. Beautiful 1932 Bantam Alter. With the solo run, Lee puts an index of 578 on the board. Christmas Tree gives him a quick wink, and he takes off down the racetrack to a 577 at 117.6 miles per hour. Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. Foot brake to the staging lanes. Lanes 2 through 7, foot brake to the staging lanes, lanes 2 through 7. Foot brake. You've been called to the staging lanes. Foot brake to the staging lanes now. On the live stream, we are getting the up close and personal look from the Nitro teams as they service those cars and get them ready to run for the money and the trophy. That's coming your way sometime in the neighborhood of 9 o'clock. And of course, we have our Sportsman category racers as they continue to go down the racetrack, and we are down to a semifinal in junior dragsters. And we are, I'm not sure where we are in Midwest front engine fanatics, but they're getting close to a final. We are going to our next round in our foot brake category, and quite a few cars still left in the box class. So a good number of cars set to go down the racetrack before we can then close this 63rd anniversary out. We will be back to racing here momentarily. Foot brake, foot brake. You should be in the staging lanes. Foot brake to the staging lanes. Well, race fans, I know you came hungry. You came for a good show, and you have certainly got a good show, and you certainly got a good experience with the burgers. In fact, you were so hungry for the burgers that they have sold out of hamburgers. So if you were thinking about a hamburger from the Mo-Kan concession stand, I hate to have to tell you this, but they are smooth out. Saturday night at the Drags, Mo-Kan Dragway 63rd anniversary celebration. We are in our foot brake class. At the starting line, we've got Don Avende from Joplin with a 635 dialed in to the red Camaro on the Redemption side of the racetrack. His opponent, Logan Diggs from Carthage, Missouri, 1982 S10 truck in the O'Reilly lane. Wump, and a wind light on the tower side. Logan Diggs, 623, one over at 105 miles an hour. Avende with a 636, also one over, 106.5 miles an hour. Diggs holds one at the starting line, holds one at the finish line. Cody Moore from Bixby, Oklahoma, brings the Ford Ranger pickup to the starting line in the O'Reilly lane with a 649 dial in. Matt San Pedro is on the pit side of the racetrack. With the Duster dialed at 706, 5700's head start. In the Redemption lane. $6,000's red for San Pedro, and Cody Moore will advance. 646, 104.8 miles an hour. Mike Barker, Andrew Scott, next to the starting line, 657 and 703, the dial-ins. Do your math, 4,600's head start for Andrew Scott in the Nova. At the finish line, put a win light on the tower side for Mike Parker, 661 at 97 miles an hour to a breakout 701 at 95.4. Junior Dragsters bringing to the staging lanes. Junior Dragsters lanes 2 and 3. Junior Dragsters lanes 2 and 3. That would be Ryland Valentine, Chloe Peak, Landon Yaki, Ellie Carson. Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. J.R. Loebner and Shane Reese at the starting line. 636 and 605 to dial in. Wagon 31 100s. Head start on the redemption side. Oh, the light is red on the redemption side. So J.R. Loebner gets a win and runs 603 at 107 down that left side lane. Next, Jim Klein and Justin Barker. Jim's on the right side with the S10 truck. He's got it dialed at 734, while Justin Barker has the AMC Spirit dialed at 679. One bulb on the Christmas tree is half a second. Head start is 55 hundredths. Just a little bit more than a bulb. Head start, and the win light goes to Barker. 679 dead on with a 9 at 97 miles an hour. Klein got to the finish line first, but goes too quick. Runs a 733.4 on a 734 dial, 88.27 miles an hour. Goes under by 54 thousandths. Gives Justin Barker the ticket to the next round. Junior Dragsters, here they come. Adam Blaze, lane 1. Adam Blaze, lane 1. Rest of box to the staging lanes. Adam, you got the wait and see by. Let's get the rest of our box class up to the staging lanes, please. Hey, racers, if you are needing to get some fuel jugs refilled for a later date or even for today, the fuel station is going to close in 10 minutes. So make sure you get those orders in and have it done within 10 minutes. They will close in 10 minutes at the fuel station. Well, race fans, we are down to a semifinal round in our junior dragster category, and they are up here at the ready stripe, just waiting to be given the signal to light them up. First pair out in our junior dragster semifinals, Chloe Peak from Carthage, Missouri. 794 dial in for the green and purple car in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Rylan Valentine from Fort Scott, Kansas brings the Tiger Stripe machine up for a run down the Redemption Motorsports lane. 2900's head start for Rylan Valentine. One car's going to the final. One car's going to the trailer, but a good day getting all the way to the semifinals. We've got two spots open. See who's taking home the money and the bragging rights from the 63rd anniversary celebration at Mo-Kan Dragway. Chloe Peak is staged. Rylan Valentine is staged. We got green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree, and we are racing. At the top end of the racetrack, put a wind light on the tower side of the racetrack for Chloe Peak. 797, 80.9 miles an hour. Got the win when Rylan Valentine breaks out. Rylan 5 under with an 818 on an 823 dial in. Work goes 48 thousandths under, and that gives Chloe Peak the ticket to the final. Landon Yockey and Ellie Carson, your next pair. Final pair of this round. Ellie Carson with a 911 dialed in on the Redemption side. Landon Yockey dials 790. Green lights both sides of the AccuTime Christmas tree. Put a wind light on the tower side for Landon Yockey. 795, 5 over at 77.9 miles an hour. Landon 009 on the tree. Got a good starting line advantage against Ellie. Ellie goes 909, breaks out at 71.35 miles an hour. Your final round will feature Chloe Peak and Landon Yaki. Time for another ride in the rumble seat. Big time excitement when you strap into this loud American dragster. That supercharged big block pushes you down the racetrack. Now the burnout is plenty of excitement. You think because the tires are spinning, it's not putting a lot of G's on you. That would be incorrect. You are accelerating in a hurry, just not quite as fast as you will accelerate when it's not spinning the tires. Still got a little time if you want to sign up with Proud American Motorsports. Let them introduce you to the magical world of acceleration. .443, 160 miles an hour. I think that car's getting quicker as the day goes on. Dancing in the pits, I need my Nitro Chaos finalists to the push road, please, for pairing. I need my B field cars, Brian Coleman, Paul Schultz, and my A field cars, Cody Austin, John Umlauf. Nitro Chaos finalists to the push road, please, for final round pairing. Those on the live stream, you've heard the first call go out for our Nitro Chaos finalists. That means it won't be very long before we run those 2 final rounds of Nitro Chaos competition. We continue to have our Sportsman categories on the racetrack, but Nitro Chaos finalists coming your way shortly. Let your friends know that it's about to be time to tune in to the Funny Car Chaos YouTube channel. Watch these final rounds here at Mo-Kan Dragway. So we are narrowing it down in our box category and all of our sportsman categories. Andrew Goss is from Joplin, Missouri. A 2005 Cameron chassis dragster with 598 cubic inch big block Chevrolet motor. 5 Driscoll race engines, 474 the dial-in for the dragster in your O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Dylan Lawrence from Pittsburgh, Kansas is going to be on the pit side of the racetrack in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Dylan will go first as that Camaro is dialed at 665. Reaction times very close. It is going to be a win light on the tower side as you saw the puff of smoke at the finish line. John Loper, 476 to dial in. Our next pair, Andrew Goss at the 474 dial in, goes 474 with a 136 miles an hour. Had a 5,000th advantage at the starting line. Dylan Lawrence runs a 668 on the 665 dial in at 99.6 miles an hour. Andrew Goss into the next round. John Logan and Logan Diggs bring their cars to the starting line. John has got the dragster. Logan has got the Oldsmobile. At the finish line, Diggs' Oldsmobile gets across the finish line first by 0.003 of a second. It's enough for the win as he goes dead on with a 5 at 111 miles an hour. Loebner dead on with a 144 miles per hour. Margin at the finish line of 0.003 of a second, and Diggs will move on to the quarterfinal. James Lee and Will Crotty at the starting line next, 0.3 of a second head start. That's 0.30 of a second head start for Will Crotty in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. 506 and 476, your dial-ins. Red light for Will in the Oldsmobile. That puts an automatic win light in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane for James Lee. James goes 474 at 144 miles an hour. Will Crotty 508, 137 after a 014 red light. Kyle Schartz and Zach Beyer at the starting line next. The long wheelbase S10 truck is Beyer. He's going first with 678 dialed in. 7300s head start against Kyle Schartz in the Studebaker. This time we've got green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree. And this time it's going to be a win light for Zach Beyer, 678, dead on with a 5, 98.8 miles per hour. Zach held 2 at the starting line, holds 2 at the finish line. Charts goes 606, 1 over at 106.9 miles an hour. Zach Beyer dead on, holds 2 at the stripe. Isaac Hill, Mount Vernon, Missouri. Justin Barker, Sarcoxy, Missouri. 679 and 449, your dial-ins. .3 seconds head start for the little AMC Spirit with the Chevy power. We've got 4 bulbs lit and a red light on the right side of the Christmas tree, so the dragster will advance. That is Isaac Hill. Next round, bound with the 448, 153 miles an hour. Justin Barker, 685, 98 miles an hour flat, but really red with a 1, 2, 4 red light. Must have been a malfunction with the timing system, with the starting system on his car. Aaron Rutledge and Chris Cisco at the starting line. 5800's head start for Cisco with the Nova wagon. So the red light shines again. Aaron Rutledge, 572, got a win in that previous pair. And that makes way for John Rutledge and Matt Lee. Bring their machines to the starting line. 573 and 461 the dial-ins. Pickup truck on the redemption side of the Christmas tree going first. .112, 1.12 seconds head start for the S10 pickup. This time the red light's on the opposite side. John Rutledge, 013 red. Matt Lee dead on with a 3 at 119 miles an hour. So the truck is going to go to the next round. Adam Blaze and Corey Coffey. I've seen something about the small truck mafia, and I certainly believe we got one here. Another S10 truck, this time out of Claremore, Oklahoma. Corey Coffey has a 618 dialed in for the short wheelbase S10 pickup on the redemption side of the Christmas tree. Adam Blaze out of Cherryville, Kansas has a 483 dialed in to the dragster. Red light for Corey Coffey, 010 red, coupled with a dead on 618. But that automatic win light came on the tower side, and Adam Blaze goes 482.9 on a 483 dial, 143.2 miles an hour. And so we've got the equipment out on the racetrack because our track preparation is underway just before we go racing in Nitro Chaos final rounds. Great day had here at Mo-Kan Dragway as Grand Prix Autosports of Tulsa, Oklahoma helps us to celebrate the 63rd anniversary of this fine establishment. A limited time left to get your official event shirts from the Nitro Chaos trailer. Make sure you do that before you head home. You want to get those for all the gearheads in your life. And to remember the 63rd anniversary celebration at Mo-Kan Dragway. It has been a great weekend, and we are looking forward to 2 more great final rounds in the Nitro Chaos fields. Plus, we'll finish off all of our Sportsman racing as our box, foot brake, junior dragster, and Midwest front engine fanatics classes finish up their racing on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. We are under the lights in the Nitro cars. You'll get a chance to see a bit of those header flames now that the sun has gone beneath the western horizon. Coming up, race fans, it is going to be our final round in our CP Carrillo B field. It features a couple of teams that are extremely excited to be in that final round, as anyone would be. But they are especially excited this weekend as they are seeing some dreams start to come true that they have been working on for quite some time. I'm talking about Brian Coleman in the Street Fuel Coupe and Paul Schultz in the Nitro Monkey A Fuel Dragster. They got to the final round. Coleman got a semifinal victory over Keith Jackson and a first-round victory over Mark Hunter. So he takes out a AA fuel altered in the first round and a AA funny car in the semifinals. He's got an injected Nitro small block Chevy Dragster to face in the final round. So 3 different kinds of cars in order to get to the winner's circle. Paul Schultz got a win light in the semifinal when he took out the Nitro Clown of Dave Gallegos. Gallegos had a good run going. He was trying to make sure that he slowed down enough not to go under the cap. Didn't make it, though. That put the Nitro Monkey into the final round for the second year in a row here at Mo-Kan Dragway. In the first round, Paul Schultz took out the Moparius Maximus Plymouth of Larry Grenko. They just raced heads up, and Schultz wound up with a 5:28, their quickest run of the weekend so far anyway, as that low 5-second performance has been something that they have been hoping to find for a while. They know the car's got 4-second potential, but it's been a struggle to get everything put together just right and get it to make one of those low 5-second or high 4-second runs. In the A field, we have got Cody Austin and John Umlauf, a pair of AA fuel alters that definitely know their way down this racetrack as they have demonstrated all weekend long. Cody Austin with low ET of the event so far, a 3.637 second elapsed time at 209.11 miles an hour. Got a win over Gary Wheeler. Gary Wheeler in the Grand Prix Autosport Dragster has had a rough Friday night, but on Saturday, it's been 3 consecutive 383s. One in the last qualifier, another in the first round, and then another in the semifinal. It just wasn't enough to beat the 363 that the Bushwhacker AA Fuel Altered put on the board So Austin beats Wheeler in the semifinal. He took out the number one qualifier in the Menace AA Fuel Dragster, Jake Sanders, with a big hole shot and an incredible performance to get that win, and what some would say is an upset with the Bushwhacker. Got it done, goes to the semifinal, gets another win. They come in feeling confident into the final round. Their opponent comes in feeling confident as well, as they have really put some good numbers on the board, and they seem to have really found everything that they need to get that mass chaos machine down the racetrack with no problems. They got a win in the first round against the Mad Max Funny Car in a classic matchup between number one and number two in points. A 375 got the job done for John Umlauf, and he took out Anthony Whitfield in the semifinal with a 387. After Anthony Whitfield took a huge hole shot, John Umlauf was able to reel him in on the top end of the racetrack with a 3.87 second elapsed time. So Cody Austin comes into the A-Field final round with lane choice in what's shaping up to be two great final rounds here at Mo-Kan Dragway, with race number 4 of the 2025 DMP Awnings Nitro Chaos Championship Tour presented by McKinney Motorsports. The race crew putting the finishing touches on the track prep. They've got the heavy equipment out there, and they will make sure that everything is just right for these nitro cars to grab hold of the racetrack and put up some great performances. We have certainly seen everything going just right today, with our cars going down the racetrack in a hurry, as you would expect. Checking our camera, and I can see we have our first pair at the ready stripe, so they are suiting up, strapping in, and as soon as they are given the okay to fire up and square off in the final round, we will award the first of those beautiful Nitro Chaos Event Champion trophies that are made up in Fulton, Illinois by Darren Foster and his team at Twisted Shifterz. So once again, if you've got friends that have been watching the races with you on the live stream, be sure and let them know that the final rounds are just a few minutes away. You may have noticed that Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos make it a point to highlight American businesses that bring huge value and benefits to the automotive and motorsports community. That is by design, because it is our intention to help the people who keep America going by keeping Americans' cars going be successful and profitable in their business endeavors. Well, we found another business that really helps fulfill that mission. That business is RAV America. There are many automotive repair shops operating out of 2 or 3 bays, and they generally have 1 2-post lift. Conventional thinking has dictated that these shops cannot serve their customers with the wheel alignments for 2 reasons. One is that they can't afford to give up the space, and 2 is that the cost of alignment equipment is more than they can justify. Well, guess what? Nick McCullough and his team at RAV America have completely changed the game for the operators of small automotive repair shops. Now you can afford to serve your clients' wheel alignment needs. To find out more, visit them online at www.ravamerica.com. That's R-A-V, like real American value, ravamerica.com. You might want to schedule a live demonstration so you can watch on your computer or your smart device. Give them a call at 1-800-816-8138 or reach out to Nick through his email. That's nick@ravamerica.com. And tell him you heard about it from Nitro Chaos. I believe it sounds like showtime. What do you think? I hear the injected small block Chevy, the Nitro Monkey, coming to life. Paul Schultz between the frame rails behind the butterflies is going to guide that Neal & Parks chassis dragster up for a run. in the final round as CP Carrillo brings you the B field of Nitro Chaos. Paul Schultz driving the Nitro Monkey, going to be taking on Brian Coleman driving the Street Fuel Coupe. "100% nitro, maybe just a teeny fraction less, is what they burn in that injected small block out of Choctaw, Oklahoma. First round, they ran 5:28 at 140 miles an hour. Second round, they ran 5:33 at 143 miles an hour. Paul Schultz will make sure he brings that car to a safe, smooth stop. Keep the fuel from getting away from the pickups so he doesn't lose fire. On the pit side of the racetrack in the Redemption Motorsports lane, Brian Coleman, the Street Fuel Coupe, is going to be bringing that car to life. You can hear it running now. Well, I think you can. I thought you could. Well, we have got the Street Fuel Coupe, and they're having trouble getting the car started. The clock is ticking. So I do hear fire in the pipes. And looks like he is bringing it forward for a short burnout. Well, they've got it running, but it doesn't seem to be doing what he needs it to do. So he's going to bring it up to the starting line as the time has run out. It's either stage it or shut it off. Into the pre-stage goes the Nitro Monkey Dragster. Paul Schultz guides it into position. Brian Coleman brings his car up to the starting line, and Schultz rolls the beams. Schultz rolls the beams and goes 664 at 110 miles an hour, but that was over when that red light came on. A very unfortunate situation right there as the Street Fuel Coupe had problem after problem after problem, and the red light comes on the tower side, so the Nitro Monkey for the second year in a row will be your runner-up in your B field, and Brian Coleman is going to take his first ever title in Nitro Chaos competition. Midwest Front Engine Fanatics, lanes 3 and 4, please. Midwest Front Engine Fanatics, lanes 3 and 4. Also, foot brake. Let me get you to the staging lanes, please. Foot brake to the staging lanes for your next round, your quarterfinal round. Foot brake to the staging lanes, please. Next up, race fans, it's going to be our final round in the McKinney Motorsports A field. A heavyweight battle shaping up between Cody Austin and John Umlauf, the Bushwhacker and the Mass Chaos. These teams have thrown down some incredible performances throughout the weekend, and it's after that first round when Cody Austin took out Jake Sanders. He got to go to the semifinal round where he raced Gary Wheeler. Wheeler's crew was incredibly consistent as that car went right down the middle 3 times in a row today, 3.83 seconds the elapsed time. At always over 193 miles an hour. So Cody Austin comes into the race with lane choice, and he's going to take the Tower side lane, the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, and puts the Mass Chaos machine into the Redemption Motorsports lane. 1 pair left in Nitro Chaos at the 63rd anniversary celebration at Mo-Kan Dragway, and they will light them up coming up here in just a few clicks.
There are innovators, and there are duplicators. Your engine knows the difference. Comp Cam's camshafts are always original designs. From precision engineering to premier manufacturing and unrivaled testing again and again by the most advanced engineering team and equipment in the industry. Buy the original, not an imitation. Copies might look the part, but horsepower doesn't lie. Comp Cams, no comparison.
McKinney Motorsports is your #1 source for all your chassis needs. McKinney Motorsports is the leading chassis parts supplier and fabricator in nitro drag racing. From custom tanks and fittings, full chassis builds, body mounts, steering components, fasteners, tabs, clamps, composite parts, and much more. Our household name in the racing world guarantees added performance on the track. Join our list of proven winners that spans over 50 years of racing experience.
Nitro Chaos. Coming forward is going to be Cody Austin in the Bushwhacker. Taking the Tower side, O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And coming up on the Redemption side of the racetrack from Rolla, Missouri, John Umlauf in the Mass Chaos. So the Bushwhacker crew gathering around the car. They're pushing it back. I don't know if it wouldn't go into the reverse gear or if they have lost fire. Looks to have been the former. Cody Austin, his first year as the driver for Team Bushwhacker, as they have changed up their game just a bit. Jody Austin driving their Mustang Bushwhacker funny car in the IHRA events. And Cody driving in Nitro Chaos with his dad tuning the car. You can tell his dad knows something about tuning a race car, as they have low ET and top speed here at Mo-Kan tonight. The Missouri car into the pre-stage position. The Texas car inching forward, turns on the top bulb. Should see 16 candles lit here in just a few moments as our drivers zero in on the Christmas tree and start to move those cars forward. Perhaps a little bit of a staging duel here. Neither car going forward. I don't think that will last very long. 3 bulbs lit now, 4. Big hole shot for John Umlauf as he goes down the racetrack, and Bushwhacker comes around at the top end of the racetrack, a 367 at 204. And John Umlauf has the candles go out just before the finish line with a 390 at 147 miles an hour. Wow, huge hole shot for John Umlauf, as he had a 105 reaction time to Cody's 249. And John, with a 930 60 foot, was pulling away. Both cars ran 2.4 seconds to the half track point. Umlauf 245 and Austin 247. But something happened to the Mass Chaos machine as the candles went out, and they were still lit for the Bushwhacker. And Cody Austin goes around by 0.08 of a second, putting an elapsed time of 3.67 seconds at 204 miles an hour on the board. What a final round. Candles lit. and the come-from-behind victory for the team out of Texas. Congratulations, runner-up John Umloff with that Mass Chaos team out of Rolla, Missouri, and your A-Field champion, first racer of the season to get 2 wins in 2025. The trophy goes back to Texas with Cody and Jody Austin and the Bushwhacker team. Race fans, whether you're here in person or whether you're watching on the live stream, you have certainly witnessed a great drag race as the Bushwhacker crew is rather excited, and they have every right to be. What a great way to finish out the Nitro Chaos race, race number 4 of 5. We've got 1 race left in Nitro Chaos. That's going to be the championship finals at Mid-State Dragway in Havana, Illinois, the first weekend in October. I hope you can be there in person. It will be a good drag race. And if you can't, don't forget, we'll be live streaming it, and we hope you will join us. So wherever you may happen to be, if you're heading for the exits or you're heading to the couch, thanks for being with us at Nitro Chaos, the 63rd anniversary celebration at Mo-Kan Dragway. And remember, be kind, be well, and be awesome. We'll see you at the next one.
Race fans, get ready. The inaugural Fuel Over Chaos rocks historic Tucson Dragway Friday night and Saturday, November 14th and 15th. Ground-pounding fuel altered from across the country go into 200-mile-per-hour combat with historic names like the Mob, Rat Poison, Bradford's Fiat, and Sheepherder. Take on new school hitters like Cone Hunter, Witch Doctor, Blown Scentless, and many more. See Lunatia's Backup Girl, Header Flame, and Run What You Brung drag racing like Tucson hasn't seen in decades.
Kids 12 and under are free. Visit TucsonDragway.com